For those who are wondering, the reason the light is off is just to start with for the introduction. Now, welcome to the stream. It's one off schedule. Just waiting for one person to join. I'm trying to figure out whether or not they've already joined. So I've decided to try a new camera perspective for the stream tonight because there will be yelling and and a fair bit of swearing, visible anger, maybe a little bit of this. So I figured I'd make things a little bit less intimidating by not looking directly at the camera. So we'll see. Hopefully this should be a bit better, perhaps a little less intimidating. Just going to be waiting a moment longer. I sent a DM asking if they joined, because I've got one view in here. No. It's looking black room. That's funny. Racist, but funny. Why am I in the dark? I said I'm in the dark for the intro, for effect. Oh, 7 views. That doesn't seem like it would just be me. All right. Wow. We are ready to begin. 8 views in there. I want to start by asking a question to every man, or to every human. I'll say man for impact. I want to ask a question to every man out there. And it's an important question. Probably one of the most important questions you can ask yourself. And I don't need to know the answer. You're the only one who needs to know how you would answer that question. And the question is, are you willing to die for freedom? More accurately, would you rather die fighting for freedom or live as a slave? Because that is the question of our time. One that we will all need to answer soon enough. Not just in words, but very much in deeds as well. The ruling classes of the world are slowly building a new machine, a new kind of empire, a new kind of capitalism. One that is built to enslave using technology. Artificial intelligence, often seen by people as just some new cool little technology you can use on your phone or on your laptop to cheat on an exam or to basically do a faster version of a Google search that you might have to fact check later. This technology is now being used for surveillance and for destruction and for control. Today we stand at a crossroads where we all need to ask the question, and we need to back the answer up with deeds. And that is quite literally. Are you willing to die for freedom? Or would you rather live as a slave for the sake of self-preservation? Let me go turn the slide on. Epilepsy warning. There we are. Now we really get started. $257 of staying awake for this. Alright. Now, first things first, let's talk about that new hate speech bill. Probably the single most draconian piece of legislation I have ever seen in my fucking life. Imagine not being able to criticize a policy broadly as simple as immigration without being charged for racial vilification. Imagine probably even worse. Imagine not being able to criticize a foreign government exterminating hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children without being charged with racial vilification. That is what this new bill, what is it? Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. One bit of silver lining, which probably isn't really silver lining to be honest, the National Socialist Network and all of their affiliated organizations that they're founding all decided to go back underground. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends who you ask. I mean, they're not out in the open now, but perhaps that makes them more dangerous. So, yes. But probably what is most alarming about this bill to me is that it intends to enshrine the definition of anti Semitism that is used by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Now, I am going to pull that website up. We'll see. Because this is ridiculous. Here we go. Yep. Anti Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical or physical manifestations of anti Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non Jewish individuals and or their property. Non Jewish individuals, radio, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. To guide IRA in its work, the following examples may serve as illustrations. Manifestations might include the targeting of the State of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity. However, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti Semitic. Okay? Anti Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring to harm humanity, and it is often used to blame Jews for why things go wrong. It is expressed in speech, writing, visual forms, and action, and employs sinister stereotypes and negative character traits. Contemporary examples of anti Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in the religious sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include, but are not limited to, calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, or the power of Jews as collective, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. Here we run into our first problem, which I will get to in a bit. But in short, no, there is not a Jewish conspiracy. The Jews do not control the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. However, Zionists do. And this is where I need to say, and this is where I need to make a disclaimer. None of what will be in this stream is intended to dehumanize or call for violence against Jews or any other group based on inherent characteristics. And everything as far as I'm to say here are things that I believe to be true based on my own research and experiences. Um, so, yep, I do not intend to stoke any hatred or harm towards any group. Um, so, just keep going with that. Next bit. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non Jews. Okay? Denying the fact, scope, mechanisms, e.g., gas chambers, or so, Holocaust denial, which is absolutely disgusting. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Um, Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Why the fuck should that be considered anti Semitic? I guess if it's unfounded. If it's unfounded, sure. And you continue to assert it anyway. But in many cases, there are just genuinely Jewish people in other countries who are dual citizens, who are more loyal to Israel than the countries they're living in. Now, is that all of them? Of course not. And and I suppose this is where you start to. There's a line where you cross where you get into some conspiratorial places. Here we go. First big problem: denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g., by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It is very fucking clear that the existence of the state of Israel as it exists today is indeed a racist, genocidal, apartheid endeavor that is built on the dispossession and mass slaughter of indigenous people. Now, this is, an absolutely absurd proposition to make, that this should be considered anti Semitic. And this is where we begin to face our problem regarding the fact that this bill, by enshrining this definition of anti-Semitism, is going to essentially criminalize criticism of the state of Israel. And where is this? And where is this coming from? I'll get to that. Why is this being integrated? I'll get to it. Continuing. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Israel is not a democracy. Democracy is incompatible with ethno-nationalism. If you are exclusionary towards ethnicities that are not your own, and you have any of those other ethnicities in your country that are therefore treated as second-class citizens with unequal rights, you are not a democratic nation, even by basic liberal standards. And, Rabbi Meir Kahane made this one pretty fucking clear. Obviously, he takes it in a fascistic direction of wanting to turn Israel into an open expansionist theocracy. But point still stands. Israel is not a democracy by any stretch of the imagination. You cannot be a democracy and an ethno-state. They are incompatible concepts. You can be ethno-nationalist and pro-democracy. As long as the people in minority, as long as the people in the other ethnicity still get basic democratic rights. If they lack democratic rights on the basis of their ethnicity, that is not a democracy, or any other protected characteristic. All right. Look, using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, e.g., claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis. I mean, the claim that Jews killed Jesus is like a basic fucking Christian thing. Like, I mean, I don't think that's actually true. Like, really, it was the Romans who killed him. Well, okay, in collaboration with a subsect of the Jewish elite, the Sadducees, the temple elite, and Herod, like that. Obviously, not all Jews, but and blood libel, yeah. Um, Next big one: drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. This one is fucking obviously wrong. Obviously wrong. Israel is not contemporary Israeli policy is not only similar to that of the Nazis, it's fucking worse. Perhaps not in terms of the number of people, but the number of people being killed is not what decides the badness of something. It's the fact that at least the Nazis hid it. At least the Nazis hid it. Israel does not hide their crimes. They do not hide their crimes. They do not hide their inhumanity. They stream it all over social media. I have seen footage of IDF soldiers murdering children and cackling about it and dancing about it. How the fuck is that not comparable to the Nazis? In what world is that not comparable to the Nazis? And last, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the State of Israel. This one, absolutely fine. And this is where we need to make a distinction. Judaism and Zionism, not the same thing. They are not the same thing. You can be a Jew without being a Zionist, and you can be a Zionist without being a Jew. Christian Zionists are a thing. Arab Zionists are a thing. The two are not mutually inclusive. Now, so that is where we have our first big problem. This new hate speech legislation is, as a matter of function, going to criminalize criticism of the State of Israel. No matter from which side of the political spectrum you're coming from, left or right. Although I guarantee you this is going to be used disproportionately against left-wing pro-Palestine protesters. Because a lot of the key figures, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, who are taking the stand, have a lot more money, a fair bit more power. Who are going to be targeted are going to be the kinds of people who are on the Sydney Harbour Bridge doing that big protest last year. They will be disproportionately impacted by this bill, or by this specific function of the bill. There are other functions of the bill that will more than likely be disproportionately used against the right if it passes. We need to oppose this bill as a matter of principle. This is the most egregious attack on civil liberties in this country's history. Post-colonization history. More specifically, post-Federation history. The biggest and most egregious attack on civil liberties in the history of since the Federation. This needs to be opposed on principle. And I have seen this opposition coming from groups on both sides. I've seen it coming from the Victorian Socialists. We'll be talking about them later. I've seen it coming from the Australian Lobby Group, the recently founded lobby, founded by Scott Challen and Sam Bamford. Is he the podcaster? So yeah. Now, this bill was, of course, written up and is being pushed in response to the Bondi Beach shooting that happened late last year, which was an absolutely horrific attack. And is being claimed uncritically as an anti-Semitic attack. However, there might be some shade to throw on that narrative. Inconclusive shade. But I'm going to turn on a video here. It is going to be very, very crucial. Okay. I'm going to speed this up a bit. Okay. Here we go.
What are the real causes of the Bondi terror attack? Let's find out. I'm Nick Hanna, criminal lawyer, and welcome to The What and the Why. On the 14th of December...
Hang on. Might have to put this down slightly.
2 gunmen killed 15 people and wounded many more, nearly all of whom were Jewish, at a religious festival at Bondi Beach in Sydney. It was a horrific act of terrorism that shocked the nation to its core. It caused, and continues to cause, immense trauma to the Jewish community, first and foremost, but also the broader Australian community. While mass shooting events do happen in this country from time to time, they're not common, especially with this number of victims. But it's not only the scale of this tragedy that distinguishes it from others, it's also the unprecedented extent to which it's been politicised. Before the spilt blood of the victims had even dried, the blame game was well underway. The pro-Israel lobby and its allies in the mainstream media led the charge, making several key claims about the causes of the attack. In short, these claims are, firstly, that the attack was the inevitable consequence of a rise in anti-Semitism over the past couple of years. Secondly, that this rise in anti-Semitism is the fault of the pro-Palestine movement and/or Islamic extremism. And thirdly, that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese failed to take proper action to counter this rise in anti-Semitism, and therefore he bears ultimate responsibility for the deaths. In the next 2 episodes, I'm going to examine these claims, which I'll refer to collectively as the official narrative for convenience. I'll try to use the skills I have both as a criminal lawyer and investigative journalist to explore what evidence exists to support the official narrative, who is pushing it, and why. In doing so, I'll also consider some alternative claims that compete with the official narrative, including whether Israel or its lobby bears some responsibility for the attack. There's too much to cover in a single episode, so I'll be breaking it up into 2 parts.
I feel like it goes without saying that Israel is like primarily to blame for this shit. You know, I'm not about to deny that there has been some rise in ethnic anti-Semitism. I'm not about to deny that. But insofar as it's happened, it's because of it. Like, it wouldn't be happening if Israel wasn't mass murdering children. Nazis are have been having a field day with the genocide in Gaza, because it is pretty well obvious what the like that what they are doing is fucking horrific. I'm just gonna check the. Yeah, let's check all of that. Yeah, let's just keep going with this one.
Parts. In part 1, I'll be looking at the question of whether the Bondi attack was actually motivated by anti-Semitism. In part 1, I'll be looking at the question of whether the Bondi attack was actually motivated by anti-Semitism. In part 1, I'll be looking at the question of whether the Bondi attack was actually motivated by anti-Semitism.
The fuck? Oh. There we go. Sorry, just had a bit of echo there. Alright.
That is, a desire to kill Jewish people simply because they were Jewish. This is an important preliminary question that needs to be addressed because only if the attack itself was anti-Semitically motivated can it have been caused by the supposed unchecked escalation of anti-Semitism, as the official narrative claims. In part 2, I'll ask, if the attack was anti-Semitic, to what extent was it caused by some growing tide of anti-Semitism, and who ultimately bears responsibility for any rise in anti-Jewish sentiment? Okay, so before I get started, I want to first ask that you like this video and subscribe to my channel if you support the independent journalism that I do entirely for free.
I would definitely say that to anyone here that that if you wish to keep track of a lot of the stuff, Nick Hanna here, he's been doing a lot of good work. What I think I've watched every single one of his videos since he started up this podcast, and yeah, he's doing a good job with respect to exposing the amount of control that Israel has in Australia. So yeah, I would definitely say go and subscribe to his channel and go ahead, watch his videos. I should, just look him up. The what and the why. It'll be a bit difficult to go and put it in the description now. And there is no description on Twitter, so let's keep going. Wait, what? Maria Corina Machado gave Trump her Nobel Peace Prize. She's trying to buy the leadership of Venezuela. Oh my god, okay. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. Well.
I also want to give a few very important caveats before I begin. The first is that, to state the obvious, nothing I say in this video should be seen as any attempt to justify the Bondi terror attack whatsoever. There, of course, is no justification for this heinous act, and I've been clear about that from the outset. But as the saying goes, to understand is not to condone. And in my view, it's crucial that we as a society try to understand the true causes of this tragedy so we know what we need to do to minimize the risk of something like this ever happening again. To use a medical analogy, without proper diagnosis, there can be no proper treatment. It's also important to bear in mind that the official narrative has already been used to justify the introduction of laws and policies by both federal and state governments which, in my view, represent the most aggressive assault on our civil liberties in living memory and will fundamentally change the character of this country for good. At the state level, this includes laws effectively banning protests for up to 3 months, the proposed criminalization of certain political slogans, and allowing the Community Security Group, a Jewish security organization with close ties to Israeli military and intelligence, to carry arms. At the federal level, the Albanese government has promised to beef up our hate speech laws and cancel and allowing the Community Security Group, a Jewish security organization with close ties to Israeli military and intelligence, to carry arms. At the federal
What? No. I missed that the first time. I've watched this already today. I missed that. What the fuck? The fuck? No. 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 You're fucking joking. We're occupied. We are occupied. It's really that simple. We're occupied. I'll get to it soon. But fuck me.
federal level, the Albanese government has promised to beef up our hate speech laws and cancel visas for those who spread hate and division, which many fear will be enforced in a discriminatory way to silence people who criticize Israel. Our ability to make informed decisions about these laws and policies depends on our ability to assess the truthfulness of the claims on which they've been justified. This makes the need to scrutinize the official narrative with independent journalism like this ever more acute, particularly given the failure of the mainstream media to do so. Now, the need to examine the official narrative is, in my view, further strengthened by the Albanese government's recent announcement of the establishment of a royal commission in response to the Bondi attack. While one might ordinarily assume that a royal commission would be the best way to identify the causes of the very event in response to which it's been established, I hold some serious concerns with the proposed terms of reference for this royal commission, which is set out in the draft letters patent available on the Attorney General's website. Notably, nowhere in the document is there any mention of the Commissioner, former High Court Justice Virginia Bell, being tasked to examine the actual causes of the attack. Rather, it seems that the focus of the Royal Commission will be the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in our institutions and society and the ways to combat it. Crucially, Albanese clarified in a press conference he gave alongside Gillian Siegel, who is the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism and a senior member of the pro-Israel lobby, that the definition of anti-Semitism to be used at the Royal Commission will be the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IRA working definition of anti-Semitism.
The one we just went through.
Which considers much criticism of Israel to be anti-Jewish. If you want to learn more about the IRA definition and why it's so problematic, you can check out episode 2 of this channel. The second caveat I want to give is that I of course appreciate that this is a highly sensitive topic for many people. 15 members of the Sydney community were murdered in cold blood at an iconic beach that most Australians have probably been to. This attack felt personal for many people in this country, and emotions are still raw. I get that, and I can assure you that my decision to create this video was not made lightly. But in my view, the public interest in having this conversation is just too high. Having said that, I'll of course try to approach the matter with the sensitivity it deserves. This doesn't mean whitewashing the records of certain individuals or organisations, but it does mean ensuring that my criticisms are evidence-based and relevant to the issues at hand. I ask that you wait until you've seen all the information that I'll present in this video before you jump to any conclusions about the motives of the Bondi attackers or even my opinions as to those motives. And I also encourage you to do your own research and listen to a wide variety of sources, including sources you might not agree with, so you can gain different perspectives and make a truly informed decision about this also important matter. The third caveat is that my analysis and commentary in this video is based on the information publicly available as at the time of recording this. I really need to emphasize that there is a lot of crucial information that we still don't know and we might not ever know, and that's part of the problem. Drawing conclusions from incomplete facts is inherently unreliable, and journalists and politicians should be extremely cautious about doing it, particularly about a matter of such immense national importance. Yet that's precisely what they've been doing non-stop since the shooting took place, and it's what I'll try my best to avoid. The final caveat is that, as some of you may know, I'm currently the lawyer representing 3 groups who are bringing the constitutional challenge against the state government's new anti-protest laws. It goes without saying that every opinion I express in this video is that of my own, and not my clients'. I don't speak for them in the same way that they don't speak for me. So with the caveats out of the way, let's get started. According to the official narrative, the Bondi terror attack was the inevitable result of an escalation of anti-Semitism in Australia since the 7th of October 2023. Now there's a preliminary issue with this claim, and that is that it's predicated on the assumption that the attack itself was motivated by anti-Semitism. It's an assumption that I think most Australians, including myself, initially made. I mean, after all, this was an attack in which Jewish people were killed at a Jewish religious festival. Seems pretty obvious, right? Well, the more I look into this, the less sure I am. Let me explain. We know that Israel and its lobby have alleged from the outset that the attack was motivated purely by hatred of Jewish people. For example, this is Israeli government spokesperson Shosh Bedrosian speaking the day after the event.
Jews were hunted down, they were murdered for one simple reason: because they were Jewish.
It's a claim that's been repeated endlessly by nearly every politician and journalist in this country. And it's a vital one because it provides the basis for the radical new measures being introduced supposedly to combat anti-Semitism. But what's the actual evidence to support this claim? Before I go on, I should probably explain that, when the police are investigating a crime, they'll usually try to identify the possible motives of the perpetrator by looking at what we call direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that proves a fact directly without the need for inferences to be drawn. So for example, if I confess to my mate that I robbed the local pub because I needed cash to feed a gambling addiction, that's direct evidence of my motive. But what if I didn't explain to anyone why I did the robbery? Well, then the police would need to rely on circumstantial evidence, which is evidence of a fact from which you can infer another fact. So if the police obtained records from my counsellor showing that I've got a gambling disorder, that would be circumstantial evidence of my motive. Now, the strength of circumstantial evidence will generally depend on the facts of each case. Sticking with the robbery example, if the only evidence of any motive was the counselling record showing my gambling disorder, that evidence is going to be pretty strong. But what if there's also evidence that it was a gay pub that I robbed, and I had a long history of making homophobic comments? Well, that means there would be a competing motive, and it might be impossible to work out what the real reason was. I should add that, in many cases, there's simply not enough evidence to identify a possible motive with any confidence. Or there might be multiple possible motives, and it's too difficult for the police to figure out which is the sole, or even the dominant one. So with all that said, let's get back to the Bondi attack. What do we know about the motive of the perpetrators? Well, when it comes to direct evidence, there's not a lot to go off. As far as we're aware, there's no witness who suggests they heard either assailant say anything as they committed the attack. And it's been reported that Naveed Akram has declined to be interviewed by police, which is to be expected, while his father, Sajid Akram, was of course killed during the incident, so questioning him wasn't an option. However, there is one very important piece of apparent direct evidence that is yet to be released to the public, and that is a video that the police are said to have located on Naveed's phone. As I've explained previously on this channel, when the police charge someone with a criminal offence, they're required to provide a document called a fact sheet, which summarises the allegations against the accused person. In Naveed's court case, the prosecution applied for and were granted a non-publication order preventing the publication of the content of the fact sheet. However, this was subsequently overturned and the media were able to report on the document. In the document, the police alleged that the cops found a video on Naveed's phone in which he and his father recite their political and religious views and appear to summarise their justification for the Bondi terrorist attack. It states that the two men are supposedly depicted in the video to be sitting in front of an image of an Islamic State flag with long-arm firearms. Naveed is said to appear to be reciting a passage from the Quran, and that crucially, following the recitation, both he and his father make a number of statements regarding their motivation for the Bondi attack and condemning the acts of, quote, Zionists. Now, I'd like to think that everyone watching my channel knows what a Zionist is, but for any newcomers, a Zionist is someone who supports the ideology of Zionism, which is essentially the belief that Jews have a right to maintain a Jewish supremacist state on the land that was historically known as Palestine. So what are we to make of this video recorded by the terrorists? Well, it raises some important questions that I don't believe have been asked by the media. The first question is whether the men actually explain in the video which acts of Zionists they condemn. Not that there's any shortage to choose from. Is it the genocide that Israel's been carrying out against the predominantly Muslim population of Gaza for the past 2+ years? A genocide in which tens of thousands of children have been slaughtered and more than 1,000 mosques destroyed in whole or in part by Israeli bombardment?
Yeah. Yeah, this is yeah, it's he's gonna say it, but we need the government. Okay, this video needs to be released to the public. We need to know so we can come to actual conclusions, not the dog shit conclusions that the Israeli lobby is probably paying you all to pass off as. I feel like that goes without saying at this point.
Or is it the thousands of Muslims that Israel's killed in the 5 other countries it's attacked in the past 18 months alone? That's Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Yemen, and Qatar. A second question is, do the men say anything disparaging about Jews or Judaism?
So, they are going to start a holy war soon, and we're all going to fucking pay for it.
In the video, or express any intention to kill Jewish people based on their religion. I think we can safely assume that, if they had, the police would have disclosed this and would have made front-page news. Lastly, there's a question about whether the video is actually a confession as to the men's motive for the Bondi attack specifically. Based on my experience as a criminal lawyer, when I read something like the men appear to summarise their justification in the video, that suggests they didn't expressly do that, but rather it's just an inference that's been drawn by the cops. Now, it might be a strong inference, but it might not be. It's impossible to be sure without knowing what the men actually said. Now, all of this could be cleared up very easily if the video was released. But it seems that it's being intentionally withheld. Why is that? Well, the government hasn't offered any official explanation for its decision not to release the alleged video confession of the Bondi shooters. But it's not a surprising move. In fact, it's common for governments to try to suppress the dissemination of statements given by terrorists as to their motives. Why? Well, the governments often argue that the censorship is justified on security grounds. For example, after the Christchurch shooting in 2019, New Zealand's chief censor banned the manifesto prepared by the shooter on the basis that it was deliberately constructed to inspire and further murder and terrorism. But critics argue that in some cases at least, the real reason governments do this is to control the narrative. Perhaps the most notable example of this is with Osama bin Laden's letter to the American people, which was published by Al-Qaeda about a year after the horrific September 11 attacks. In the letter, bin Laden sets out his grievances with the US, some of which are based on religious grounds. However, most of the grievances are political in nature. Most relevantly, bin Laden states the following: "Why are we fighting and opposing you? The answer is very simple, because you attacked us and continue to attack us." Bin Laden then lists various acts of US military aggression against predominantly Muslim countries. At the top of the list is Palestine. Specifically, and to use bin Laden's words, the American support for the occupation of Palestine by the Jews and the oppression, killing, expulsion, and destruction which that occupation has resulted in. The letter contradicted the US government and corporate media's narrative as to the motive of the September 11 perpetrators, as was
Sorry, I have been turning off the microphone because. Wait, is it echoing through? It is. If I do this, hang on. Is this echoing?
expressed quintessentially by then US President George W. Bush in the weeks following the attack.
Americans are asking, why do they hate us?
Is this echoing? Is that echoing through? Like, is the audio coming back through the mic? Yeah, that's why I turned this mic off. Shit, I keep forgetting to turn it. Yeah. This I assume would be better, right?
They hate what they see right here in this chamber, a democratically elected government. Their leaders are self-appointed. They hate our freedoms, our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other.
The letter forced readers to confront the idea that the violence at the heart of US foreign policy, in particular its unconditional support for Israeli crimes in Palestine, has created what's called blowback. That is, revenge or counterattacks against Americans. Unsurprisingly, the letter was intentionally ignored by most of the mainstream media, but it went viral on social media during Israel's recent genocide in Gaza, with videos about it receiving more than 15 million views on TikTok alone. In response,
Was this was that better? Turning the mic off? Because that's why I was turning the mic off. Um. Yeah, this was the first. Watching this video this morning was the first time I actually heard about this manifesto. Um. Although I guess although I guess this manifesto um does rule out conspiracy theories about Israel being behind 9/11. Or at the very least, conspiracy theories saying that there was like the idea. I don't want to say Israel knew Mossad knew about it in advance. The dancing Israelis, that's too suspicious. Mossad Mossad knew about it. Mossad knew about it. They just didn't say anything. It was obviously Bush. No, it wasn't obviously Bush. I mean, it seems pretty clear. If there's a fucking manifesto from Osama bin Laden, I mean, uh, uh, keep doing this. Is the video not echoing when I turn the mic off? That's what I want to know.
TikTok and other platforms deleted such videos, and The Guardian, which had been one of the only media outlets to have published the letter, removed it from their website. The censorship of the letter by TikTok and The Guardian drew criticisms from free speech advocates, and it's not difficult to see why. Regardless of what you think of bin Laden or his letter, and to be clear, I'm not a fan of either, it's plainly an important historical document that can promote informed discourse in our society. This is particularly important at a time when there's an increasingly prominent debate within the US and the West in general about the military, financial, and political support that our countries provide to Israel and the price we have to pay for it. And it's for this same reason that I think the video confession of the Bondi shooters shouldn't be withheld from the Australian public. At a time when we're being asked to accept sweeping new laws on the basis of the purported motives of these two men, isn't it vital that we hear from the men themselves rather than just cherry-picked words, summaries, or interpretations made by individuals and organisations that may have their own agendas? This is all the more crucial when public trust in the government and the mainstream media appears to be at an all-time low, especially when it comes to anything Israel-related. Releasing the video will also avoid what's called the forbidden knowledge effect, which is when information seems more exciting and cool because it's been censored, and so more people search for it, and more importantly, place more weight on it. Okay, so now that we've discussed the direct evidence of the shooter's motives, I want to move on to the circumstantial evidence. As we know, most of the victims of the attack were Jewish people attending an event marking a Jewish holiday, namely Chanukah by the Sea, a celebration to commemorate the first night of Judaism's 8-day Festival of Lights. The attack was clearly targeted in that the terrorists chose to shoot up this festival on this particular day. This fact alone gives rise to a strong inference that the attack was anti-Semitically motivated. But is it the only fact that we should consider when deciding what conclusions to draw? Let's start by looking at who was behind the festival. The main organizer of Chanukah by the Sea was Chabad of Bondi, which is a community center that's part of the global ultra-Orthodox Jewish movement Chabad Lubavitch, commonly referred to simply as Chabad. Chabad was founded back in 1775, but it only came to prominence in the second half of the 20th century, under the leadership of the Russian-American rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who is often referred to by his followers as the Rebbe. Schneerson was not only a spiritual leader, but he was also very outspoken on political issues, particularly when it came to Israel. He was an extreme
Sorry. Yep. I wonder if there's a way to just turn the console this way. Um, okay. So he doesn't mention here the Rebbe was also mentor to Benjamin Netanyahu, and famously prophesied that Benjamin Netanyahu would be the last prime minister of Israel before passing the torch to the Messiah. Now, this was before Benjamin Netanyahu was ever prime minister of Israel. So the prophecy that Netanyahu would be prime minister of Israel came true. The possibility that the last bit of that prophecy comes true is genuinely horrifying for reasons I will explain later. Keep going with this. Netanyahu is the second coming of Jesus. Fuck off, he is! Fuck off, he is! And Jews don't think that Jesus is the Messiah. They think he's a false Messiah. They think Mary was a whore. Which, I mean, I don't know whether she was a whore or not. She certainly wasn't a virgin. Because that just doesn't happen. But, a rape victim, perhaps. That's a theory, but I won't get into that. Netanyahu is not the true Messiah. If you really wanted to be overly honest, Netanyahu is the fucking Antichrist. Alright, turn this off, keep
Zionist who supported the aggressive expansion of Jewish-only settlements on stolen Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. This is Schneerson speaking with Ron Nachum, the then mayor of the illegal Israeli settlement of Ariel, and urging him against returning land to the Palestinians as part of any peace deal. The recording is from 1989, and Schneerson's reference to Intifada is a reference to the largely non-violent Palestinian uprising that had started in late 1987 in response to Israel's brutal military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The word Intifada, which means shaking off in Arabic, has been in the news a lot lately given the New South Wales government's unprecedented proposal to ban the phrase globalize the Intifada. So I thought this video of Schneerson implicitly acknowledging the link between Israel's occupation and the Intifada was particularly timely. This notion of Israel achieving peace through military domination of the Palestinians rather than through negotiations was central to Schneerson's political philosophy. Here he is speaking with Shlomo Gazet, the former head of Israel's Military Intelligence Directorate. Schneerson also
This is racial supremacy. Obvious racial supremacy. Why should Jews get a free pass from being racial supremacists? Because that's what Zionism is. You know, Nazis get called racial supremacists. Does society allow that? Not last time I checked. And when it does, it's not really a society that most people want to fucking live in. So, why do Zionists get a pass for racial supremacist ideology? Is the Holocaust? Is that why? Manipulating a sense of guilt? Did anyone alive today actually perpetuate the Holocaust? Maybe a few. But almost everyone who perpetuated that is dead. Can I imagine if Netanyahu started saying he is a prophet and the God talks to him? Netanyahu doesn't even fucking believe in God. He uses the Old Testament fucking language for political reasons. He's a secular Jew. He doesn't even believe in God. So, you know. If he did start saying he's a prophet, I'd call his fucking bluff and tell him to burn in hell. So, yeah.
also advocated for a greater Israel, occupying land which extended well beyond the borders of historic Palestine. This is him in 1981 criticizing the far-right Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin for agreeing to the Camp David Accords with Egypt, which saw Israel return the Sinai Peninsula, which it had seized from Egypt in 1967, in exchange for peace.
Der Jum Israel, nicht Eretz Israel, darf Eretz Israel sein stark in der Starkheit, mit welcher sie verstehen und rechnen mit sie. Beschaß man da gegeben die Nacht, hat ihn bewiesen die größte Schwachkeit.
Similarly, Schneerson advocated for Israel's ongoing occupation of southern Lebanon, which lasted until it was liberated by Lebanese resistance groups led by Hezbollah in 2000. This is him speaking in 1983 after Israel had killed an estimated 10,000 Lebanese and Palestinian civilians in its war in Lebanon.
Es hat sich angegeben, der Linie von Lebanon ist gewähnt als zugegerechte Tochnis. Wo wegen der Tochnis haben gewusst Israel. Beschaß mit das nie durchführen. Wird doch sehen, dass viele Jeden haben mehr, aber ich will schön.
Schneesen died in 1994, but he's still revered by the Chabad movement, including Chabad of Bondi. Rabbi Eli Schlenger, who was killed during the Bondi attack, was the assistant rabbi at the Chabad of Bondi. This is a video he recorded back in April last year at the new Chabad house at Bondi.
We're proud to hang this photo today, and even prouder to carry the Rebbe's mission forward, right here in our community. May this new Chabad house be a source of learning, connection to Hashem, and much joy. One Jew at a time, one step closer to Mashiach.
The Chabad movement's staunch support for Israeli militarism has continued since the death of Schneerson. In 2009, Israel conducted a deadly military campaign in Gaza which it called Operation Cast Lead, which resulted in the deaths of more than 1,100 Palestinians, most of whom were civilians. On the Israeli side, 13 people were killed, nearly all of them soldiers.
Sorry, I said, fuck, I keep doing that. I'm not going to be able to patch this into fucking videos at this rate. Too much editing, not enough time. Liberals, read a fucking book. History did not start on October 7th. I've been reading this. If you're on my YouTube channel, go and take a look at the playlists. Find the playlist reading this book. One from last Saturday, and I'll be continuing tomorrow and every Saturday after that till it's done. Read a fucking book. History did not start on October 7th. All right.
During this war, Chabad published an article in which it was argued that during times like this, each one of us becomes an ambassador for Israel. Even if you don't agree with everything Israel does, any decent person must stand up for Israel's right to self-defense. The article then set out some answers to frequently asked questions, including, how can Israel justify killing civilians if their intent is to crush Hamas? The response argued, a civilian who is killed while being used by a terrorist as a human shield is a victim of the terrorist, not the Israeli army, who does not target innocent civilians. It should be noted that Amnesty International investigated the claim that Hamas used civilian shields during the 2009 war and found no evidence to support it. Interestingly, this article was written by Aaron Moss, a Sydney-based Chabad rabbi who conducted the funeral for Rabbi Schlenger. In 2014, Israel launched a bloody offensive in Gaza which it called Operation Protective Edge, in which more than 2,300 Palestinians were killed, the vast majority of them civilians. In support, Chabad tweeted a worldwide call for prayers on behalf of IDF soldiers as they started their ground invasion of Gaza. During the same war, Chabad ran a campaign encouraging followers to write letters to IDF soldiers, which Chabad then delivered. In this tweet, it states that IDF troops were moved by the thousands of letters they received via Chabad. In 2018, the Palestinians staged a series of largely peaceful protests on the Gaza-Israel border known as the Great March of Return, where they demanded that Israel recognize their right to return home to the villages, towns and cities from which they and their parents were expelled in 1948, as well as an end to Israel's brutal blockade of Gaza's land, air and sea. The Israeli military responded by shooting unarmed protesters en masse. More than 223 Palestinians were killed by live ammunition, including 46 children, with more than 8,000 injured by Israeli snipers. In an interview with the Israeli newspaper Haaretz shortly afterwards, Israeli snipers admitted to having competed with each other as to how many Palestinians they could kneecap. In December 2018, while the Great March of Return was still well underway, Chabad posted a video of some Chabad students with IDF soldiers which it stated were on the front lines celebrating Hanukkah. Chabad's support for the Israeli army has increased significantly during the current war in Gaza, which, it must be remembered, has been found to constitute the crime of genocide by every major human rights organization and genocide expert. On the 12th of October 2023, Chabad posted an article on its website titled, Chabad centers near IDF bases provide lifelines for soldiers headed to war. The article showed a photograph of volunteers from the Chabad branch in occupied Eilat, with a large contingent of Israeli soldiers. In the article, it stated that all around Israel, Chabad Lubavitch emissaries and a host of volunteers are working around the clock to source and deliver supplies to those on active duty. It went on to say that the Chabad emissaries provide both material and spiritual sustenance to the troops every day. 2 weeks later, Chabad was boasting on X that its Miami delegation had brought supplies and positive spirits to Israel, including gear for IDF soldiers. In December 2023, Chabad tweeted a photo of its members with a group of Israeli soldiers again celebrating Hanukkah. And in June 2024, while the Israeli military was flattening the southern Gazan town of Rafah, Chabad posted a video of an IDF Chabad chaplain celebrating the printing of Tanya, which are philosophical writings of the founder of the Chabad movement inside occupied Rafah.
Had a Tanya on a truck that was in a mission inside of Rafiah. This truck was moving along with the unit that was doing a mission in Rafiah, and all along it was printing a Tanya.
So not only has the Chabad movement provided spiritual and political support for Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, but it's also boasted about its provision of direct material support. In recent years, the US-based leadership of the Chabad has also aligned itself with some of the most openly racist and genocidal figures in Israeli politics, including Minister for National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir, as well as Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich.
Religious Zionists and Kahanists, the worst of them. The ones that want more expansionism, more Arabs murdered, and also the temple rebuilt, which will start a holy war, because they'll have to destroy Islam's third holiest site. So, good luck. May we not all die as a result.
These ministers are considered so extreme that last year they were sanctioned by the staunchly pro-Israel governments of the UK and Canada, as well as Australia. Now, I should make clear that I'm not alleging that any Australian Chabad chapter has provided material support to Israeli soldiers or that its leadership has ties with Ben-Gvir or Smotrich. I don't know either way, and it's not possible to know because most of the senior Chabad figures have traditionally kept a low public profile. But there are some exceptions, perhaps the most notable of which was Rabbi Eli Schlanger. Rabbi Schlanger, who is perhaps the most prominent of the Bondi terror attack victims, was the assistant rabbi at Chabad of Bondi and the organizer of the Hanukkah by the Sea festival that was targeted. If you get your news from the mainstream media, you'd be forgiven for thinking that Schlanger was one of the most decent human beings to ever have walked this land.
Rabbi Eli Schlanger was mourned by hundreds at a service in Bondi, where he was remembered as one of the purest and most sincere people.
Remembered as one of the purest and most sincere people.
Anyone who knew him knew that he was the very best of us. This is a person who rose each day with a simple mission of doing good.
New South Wales Premier
See, you expect these kinds of lies from, say, well, I mean, you expect these kinds of lies from Sky News because they're a fascist network. SBS, on the other hand, I would have expected better from a state-run network that literally has a channel dedicated to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander content. I expect this kind of shit from fascist networks owned by Rupert Murdoch, but not from SBS or probably fucking ABC too. Controlling the narrative.
Chris Minns had similar words to say.
This morning I was able to attend Rabbi Eli's funeral, which was a celebration of a man that was a gift for our city and someone who did so much, not just for the Jewish community, but for everybody that lives in New South Wales.
While I've got no doubt that Schlanger had many admirable qualities and served the Jewish community well, there is a side to him that's been conspicuously absent from the mainstream media's coverage of him, and that is his vocal support for the Israeli war machine during the genocide in Gaza. In late October 2023, when Israel's genocide in Gaza was well underway, Schlanger was one of 27 Chabad rabbis from the US, Canada and Australia to travel on a rabbinic solidarity mission to Israel. The stated objective of the trip was to inspire, unify and pray for and with IDF soldiers, along with families of the murdered, the captive and wounded. While there, Schlanger posted numerous photos and videos of himself with uniformed Israeli troops on his public Instagram account. In a post captioned visit to the army base on the front line, he shared photos of himself eating with, embracing and kissing the head of armed soldiers, and even a photo posing with soldiers while he held a machine gun himself. This is a video of Schlanger at the same base with a caption that reads, "Receiving a blessing from one of the holiest people on earth." This is consistent with the teaching of Schneerson that IDF soldiers are to be cherished as emissaries of the Jewish people. In another video, Schlanger can be seen handing cash to the Chabad rabbi of occupied Ashkelon, next to 2 Israeli soldiers.
Okay, I'd like to thank very, very much the people of Bondi, Australia, for the very, very considerate and important donation that will help us protect the people of Ashkelon.
Upon his return from this trip, Chabad of Bondi organized an event titled Debrief, Rabbi Eli Schlanger returns from a Blitz Israel mission. The photo used to advertise the event was of Schlanger speaking with an Israeli soldier. At around the same time, Schlanger posted a photo of Schneerson with what I think on any view can be considered a pro-war caption that included the following text: "The Rebbe instructed the Israeli government to stand strong against our enemies and friends, not to negotiate with or give up on any part of Israel to our enemies. The Rebbe instructed Jews around the world to stand with their chins up and encouraged us to believe and know that the war will be victorious." As the genocide in Gaza progressed, Schlanger continued to use social media to post in support of Israel's war effort. In January 2024, American commentator Jackson Hinkle tweeted a video of the South African legal team returning to Johannesburg after running their largely successful
Hey, it's Jackson! ACP. ACP.
application for interim measures against Israel. Schlanger replied with a one-word tweet, Amalek. Amalek is a reference to the nation of people who, according to the Hebrew Bible, God instructed the Israelites to annihilate entirely, including the women, children, babies, and animals. Ironically, the South African legal team had relied upon Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's use of the same word when justifying his war in Gaza as evidence of genocidal intent. If you go to the reply section on Schlanger's Twitter account, you can see that he used the word Amalek on various occasions when responding to pro-Palestinian tweets. On the 26th of May 2024, while Israel's deadly offensive in Rafah was in full effect, Schlanger posted this photo of Schneerson with the caption, "The Rebbe! This photo demonstrates the Rebbe's love for the IDF. Wounded soldiers often traveled to the Rebbe for his blessings." In July 2024, Schlanger posted a photograph of himself with an Israeli soldier, accompanied by a long caption in which he argued that Jews have the right to rule Palestine, which he of course calls Israel, because of, quote, divine promise stated in the Torah that God gave the land to us. In July 2025, former UK politician George Galloway retweeted a video of an interview with a clearly emaciated woman in Gaza who complains of not having eaten in 5 days. Galloway's caption reads, "Any reaction? Anywhere? Anyone?" To which Schlanger responded, "AI." This is in the context of Human Rights Watch accusing Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war from as early as December 2023, and Amnesty International publishing a statement just 2 weeks prior to Galloway's tweet in which it claimed that Israel was continuing to use starvation as a weapon of war in Gaza. 2 months later, in September 2025, journalist Alan McLeod tweeted, "More empathy has been shown for Charlie Kirk over the past 12 hours than for tens of thousands of innocent Palestinian children in 2 years." Schlanger replied by saying, "Surely that shows where the majority of the world stands." Okay, so now that we've discussed the organization behind the event, I want to talk briefly about the event itself. The fact that the Bondi shooting took place at an event marking the Jewish religious holiday of Hanukkah has been one of the main facts on which the political and media class have based their assertion that the attack was religiously and not politically motivated. While the event was clearly religious, being a festival to celebrate the first day of Hanukkah, is there more to the story? Specifically, was this both a religious and a political event? Each year, the Chabad of Bondi's Hanukkah event includes various speakers. I haven't been able to find a list of all the people who've spoken there over the years, but I was able to identify some of the speakers. At the top of the list is none other than Alex Rivchin, the co-CEO of Australia's largest pro-Israel lobby group, the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, or the ECAJ. As I discussed on the last episode on this channel, Rivchin, who has described Schlanger as his close friend and rabbi, has a long history of supporting Israeli militarism, including during the current genocide in Gaza, publicly praising the Israeli military on social media with comments such as, "Glory to the heroes of the IDF," "Bless the heroes of the IDF," and "Thank you to the heroic female soldiers of the IDF. We love you and we're with you." When Israel launched its unilateral and unlawful military strikes on Iran in June last year, Rivchin defended not only the attacks, but also the killing of Iranian scientists.
The top 3 generals in the Iranian army have been knocked off. 2 of their leading nuclear scientists, the majority of their nuclear facilities have been hit. And I think this would be a real game changer in the region. I think something that was badly needed and certainly acts in the interest of peace in the long term.
In an interview with Channel 7 News on the day following the Bondi attack, Rivchin disclosed this about his connection to the festival.
It's not only a communal tragedy, a national tragedy, but it's deeply personal. I mean, this is my community. This event is one that I've spoken at for the last 10 years. I was scheduled to speak at it again this year and to come with my 3 daughters and my wife, as I do every year.
On Rivchin's public Instagram account, you can find a recording of him speaking at the Chabad of Bondi's Hanukkah event held in December 2024. I found this part of it highly revealing.
In the new year, we will see a federal election which will be the most consequential election in the history of the Australian Jewish community. But we know that no matter what happens, we will prevail and we will endure because that is what we do and that is who we are. I urge you to look to your community for strength. Look to our brothers and sisters in Israel who have taken down our enemies one by one, pager by pager.
The reference to pages is of course a reference to the pager attacks in Lebanon in September 2024, when Israel simultaneously detonated thousands of explosive devices it had concealed inside pages, killing and maiming thousands of Lebanese citizens, both Hezbollah fighters and civilians, including numerous children. So there you have it.
Murderous cunts.
Clear evidence that at least the recent Chabad Chanukah festival at Bondi, there was not only political speech, but political speech praising a military operation that, it should be noted, was widely condemned by human rights experts as violating international law. Even the former director of the CIA, Leon Panetta, described it as a form of terrorism.
Is it terrorism? I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
The only other recording I found of Rivchin speaking at a Chabad of Bondi Chanukah event was from December 2022. In it, Rivchin complains of the Albanese government's decision to reverse the highly contentious decision of the previous Scott Morrison government to move the Australian embassy from Tel Aviv to occupied Jerusalem. Rivchin then ends his speech with these words.
So friends, enjoy this festival of lights and miracles. Cherish being a Jew, cherish being an Australian, and cherish living in a time when Zion and Jerusalem is in our hands.
I haven't seen any recordings of Rivchin's speeches at the other Chanukah festivals, but I think it's safe to assume that they would have also been politics-heavy and expressing strong support for Israel. I mean, after all, Rivchin is not a spiritual leader, but rather is a political leader and senior Israel lobbyist. Now, Rivchin is just one of several Zionist politicians who have spoken at Chabad of Bondi Chanukah events over the years. Others include former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, current Senator and former member for Wentworth and former Ambassador to Israel, Dave Sharma, and former New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian. Rabbi Schlanger also appears to have spoken each year at the festival, which is unsurprising given his organising role and senior position within Chabad. I should make clear that I haven't seen recordings of any of these other politicians' speeches, so I can't speak to the content of what they said. In addition to the live speakers, videos of the late Rabbi Schneerson, whose hardline pro-Israel political views I discussed earlier, appear to have been played at each year's festivals. Furthermore, at some of the previous year's festivals, the main minaret had been adorned with a large portrait of Schneerson. Okay, so now that we've spoken about the Chabad of Bondi and its Chanukah festival, I want to turn my attention back to the other side of the equation, and that is the connection between the two shooters and the organisation known as the Islamic State. For convenience and out of habit, I'm going to refer to the Islamic State as ISIS, which is the acronym for its former name, the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. 2 days after the Bondi attack, Prime Minister Albanese claimed that the perpetrators appeared to have been driven by Islamic State ideology. On the 30th of December, the Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police, Chrissy Barrett, gave a press conference at which she provided an update about the investigation. She said that, despite the initial speculation in the media that the two men underwent training for the attack when they travelled to the Philippines in November, the AFP's current view is that, having reviewed the CCTV footage from the Philippines, this does not appear to be the case. The Commissioner went on to state that the AFP's current assessment is as follows.
These individuals are alleged to have acted alone. There is no evidence to suggest these alleged offenders were part of a broader terrorist cell or were directed by others to carry out an attack.
However, she reiterated that she believes the attack was inspired by ISIS. And I don't think there can be any doubt about that. I mean, we know that an ISIS flag was displayed on the car that they'd parked at the scene of the crime. Plainly, this demonstrates a clear intention on their part to associate the terror attack with the organisation. In addition, it's been reported that another ISIS flag was reportedly located by police in the same vehicle. And that, as I mentioned earlier, the police say that they located a video on Naveed Akam's phone depicting him and his father standing in front of an ISIS flag while they appeared to provide an explanation for the attack. So I don't think there's any question the attack was at least inspired by the ideology of ISIS. The question is, what does this tell us about whether or not the attack was motivated by anti-Semitism? Well, to answer that question, we first need to ask, what is ISIS and what does it believe? It's beyond the scope of this episode to embark upon a detailed analysis of ISIS and its ideology, and I'll be doing this in a later episode, so I'm going to keep it very brief for now. In short, ISIS is an international militant organization that originated in Iraq in the wake of the 2003 US invasion and subsequent occupation, but then spread to Syria and beyond. ISIS subscribes to an extreme Sunni Islamist ideology that is commonly referred to as Salafi jihadism, which seeks to establish a global caliphate through violent means. Salafi jihadism is the same ideology at the core of Al-Qaeda, from which ISIS originally emanated. ISIS has been responsible for countless terrorist attacks targeting civilians. Contrary to the impression conveyed by most of the mainstream media, the vast majority of these attacks have been in Muslim-predominant countries against fellow Muslims, who
Now, I feel this needs to be said. Groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Iranian state, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Houthis. These groups oppose ISIS and Al Qaeda. They do not subscribe to Salafi jihadism. Their primary concern is anti-Zionism in the region, not the establishment of a global caliphate. If anyone tells you that, oh, Hamas wants global Islam, no, they fucking don't. No, they don't. Al Qaeda and ISIS and shit, sure. Not Hamas and Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic. Their primary concern is with the liberation of Palestine and the destruction of Israel.
ISIS perceives as not being true believers of Islam and or posing a threat to their plans for dominance. But there have also been numerous attacks in the West carried out by people who are either members of or inspired by ISIS, some of which targeted Jewish people. If you look at the speeches of the leaders of ISIS and other Salafi jihadi groups like Al Qaeda, as well as the statements published by these groups, you'll often see remarks that I think could fairly be characterized as anti-Semitic. I mean, at its root, this is an ideology which I would describe as being Muslim supremacist. As a result, it views and seeks to treat all non-Muslims, including Jews, as well as millions of Muslims who it doesn't consider to be pure enough, as inferior. But it's important to understand that the focus of the discussion of Jews in Salafi jihadi discourse is generally on what they describe as the Jewish occupation of Palestine, which they see as Muslim land, and the crimes of Jews against the Muslims of Palestine and the neighboring countries. In this way, there is a conflation between the Jewish people and Zionists, between Israel and Judaism. A well-known example of this is in Osama bin Laden's letter to America, which I discussed earlier. Now, while it's technically correct that the people occupying Palestine and carrying out a genocide in Gaza are Jewish, and claim to be doing so on behalf of the Jewish people, most Palestinian groups avoid using such terminology so as to avoid any suggestion that they are blaming all Jews for the actions of Israel, and to emphasize that their issue is with Zionism and not Judaism.
And this is an important distinction to make. Again, he's just said it. I said it before. Crucial distinction.
And while I of course think that it's immoral and illogical to hold resentment towards all Jewish people because of the actions of Israel, it's not surprising that some people feel this way, particularly if the only thing they really know about Jewish people are the horrific crimes committed in their name. So what's the upshot of all this? Well, I think that depends on the extent to which these two men were aware of and adhered to the official tenets of ISIS. And on that front, no evidence has been made public yet. For example, we don't know if either of the men had studied any ISIS or Salafi jihadi literature regarding Jews or Israel. We don't know if they held a hatred for Jews in general, and if so, for what reasons. Specifically, to what extent was any anti-Semitism on their part a product of their perception that Jews are responsible for the crimes of Israel, and to what extent did this motivate them to carry out the Bondi attack? In my view, these are all important questions that will need to be explored if we are serious about understanding the real causes of the Bondi shooting. While I think that it's safe to assume that it's likely that both men harbored both anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist views, and that this contributed to their offending in no small part, assuming isn't good enough. We need certainty. Now, the content of Naveed's mobile phone may shed a lot of light on these questions. As I discuss in detail on the first episode of this channel, Australian police use a product called the Universal Forensic Extraction Device manufactured by an Israeli surveillance company called Cellebrite to extract all of the data from mobile phones that they seize from suspects. So,
Google Pixel with Graphene OS. And before first unlock mode with the right settings, even default settings really. But you can change, there's an auto reboot function which automatically restarts the phone. I think it's set on other Android phones, I think it's usually set to like 72 hours. On Graphene OS it's set to like 18 hours by default. I set it to 30 minutes. And you can set it as low as 10 minutes to auto restart. If it is in before first unlock mode, with a lot of settings out of the box, just change that to 10 minutes. While it's in before first unlock mode, Cellebrite can't hack it. Take that into consideration if you're an activist. So no, cops, I'm not using Graphene OS for drugs. Or, personal security and privacy. That's all you need to know.
So, depending on the lengths that Naveed went to try to cover his tracks, the Celebrite download of his phone will likely reveal his internet search history, the videos he watched, places he went to, and communications he had with others. As discussed earlier, the police have already disclosed that Naveed's phone contains a video which appears to set out his reasons for the attack, and that the only reason that has been revealed so far is the acts of Zionists. But a lot more information is needed in order to draw reliable conclusions as to the motivation of the Bondi shooting, and that is why it's imperative, in my view, that the relevant content of the phone be made public. Without it, we simply don't have the ability to properly test and scrutinize the official narrative. There's one last thing I'll say on this topic before I move on. This is not the first time that someone who subscribes to a Salafi jihadi ideology has attacked a Chabad target. In 2008, militants belonging to the Pakistani-based organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, or LET, carried out a series of terror attacks in Mumbai, India, which led to 175 deaths and hundreds of injuries. One of the targets of the attack was the Nariman House, which was a Chabad center based in South Mumbai.
Rabbi Gabriel Holzberg, his wife Rivka, killed inside this building in South Mumbai's Nariman House in the attacks of November 2008.
Not a lot appears to have been written about the motive for the attack. But in one book I saw, the author stated that the motive for the attack was the desire by the LET to wage a wider war against the West and to advance the interests of Pakistani intelligence, which was alleged to have aided the attacks. But I simply don't know enough to be able to offer any meaningful opinion about the Mumbai attack, and what, if anything, it can tell us about the Bondi attack. Okay, so I've just spent a lot of time discussing what I believe are the most relevant pieces of evidence, both direct and circumstantial, that shed light on the possible motives of the Bondi shooters. I now want to end this video by synthesizing the evidence as a whole and setting out some conclusions that I think we can draw. I'm going to deal first with the only supposedly direct evidence we have, which, as you recall, is the video located on the mobile phone of Naveed, in which the two men allegedly provide an explanation for the Bondi attack in which they condemn the acts of Zionists. As I explained earlier in this video, my view is that this evidence fails to establish the motive on its own because it's incomplete, vague, and equivocal. However, to the extent that we can draw any conclusions from this video, it points towards the attack being motivated in response to the conduct of the State of Israel and/or its supporters, rather than hatred of Jewish people. Now, this direct evidence must be considered in the context of the circumstantial evidence that I've discussed in this video. Well, what conclusions can we draw from that? In my view, they are the following. 1. This attack was clearly targeted at persons attending the Chanukah by the Sea festival at Bondi. Given that this is a festival organized for Jewish people to mark a Jewish religious holiday, I think we can safely assume that the shooters were targeting people they believed would be Jewish. Viewed in isolation, this fact gives rise to a strong inference that the attack was anti-Semitically motivated. That is, that it was motivated by a desire to kill Jewish people on account of their being Jewish. 2. The organization behind the festival, Chabad of Bondi, is part of the global Chabad movement, which follows the late Rabbi Schneerson, who in my view can accurately be characterized as an extreme Jewish supremacist. Schneerson advocated not only in support of Israel's military occupation of all Palestinian land, but also the land of neighboring countries, which formed part of what he saw as Greater Israel. The global Chabad movement has a long history of public advocacy in support of Israel's wars, and moreover, has provided significant material support to Israeli soldiers during the current genocide in Gaza. Rabbi Eli Schlenger, the late assistant rabbi of Chabad of Bondi, and the person who organized the festival, was an outspoken supporter of Israel's war in Gaza, who used his public social media accounts to post photographs of himself with Israeli soldiers on the front line with Gaza, as well as other pro-Israel content that I think could fairly be described as inflammatory to say the least. If the shooters were aware of Chabad and Rabbi Schlenger's history of supporting Israeli militarism, this would provide an alternative possible explanation for the shooting. That is, that they targeted it due to the identity of the organizers and what they represent, rather than simply the religion of the expected attendees. It would also sit well with the supposed direct evidence we have, being the shooter's condemnation of acts of Zionists on the video explaining their reasons for the attack. The obvious difficulty with this, though, is that we don't even know if the shooters were aware of Chabad or Rabbi Schlenger's history. If they weren't aware, it's largely irrelevant. In my view, this is an important matter that needs to be investigated by the police and at the upcoming royal commissions. 3. While the Chanukah by the Sea event was clearly a religious festival, it also had political elements. At previous year's festivals, prominent Zionist political leaders had spoken, including the senior pro-Israel advocate Alex Rivchin, who at the 2024 event celebrated Israel's page of terrorist attack in Lebanon. In addition, video clips of Schneerson are played at the festival each year, and large portraits of the hardline Zionist rabbi have been fixed to minarets at some of the previous festivals. Because we don't know the content of the other leaders' political speeches or the Schneerson clips that were played, it's impossible to determine the extent to which the event could be properly characterized as political. Despite this, the political elements of this festival supports the proposition that it may have been targeted due to its support for Israel rather than the religion of its attendees. But again, this can only be true if the assailants were aware of this history of the festival, which they may well have not been. Again, this is something that will need to be explored by the investigators and at the upcoming royal commissions. And lastly, 4. The fact that the terrorists were inspired by ISIS and therefore likely held Salafi jihadi beliefs somewhat complicates the task of discerning their motive. Salafi jihadi ideology definitely contains anti-Semitic elements and often conflates Jews with Zionists. Having said that, it usually does so in the context of what it describes as Jewish crimes against Muslims, which is a reference to Israel's occupation of Palestine, which it views as Muslim land. It's difficult to draw definitive conclusions about this because we don't know the extent to which each assailant subscribed to particular tenets of Salafi jihadi ideology, particularly as it concerns Jewish people. I think we can safely assume that, at the very least, they would have been incensed by the live-streamed genocide that Israel has been carrying out against the predominantly Muslim population of Gaza over the past 2.25 years, as hundreds of millions of Muslims and non-Muslims around the world have been. This is also consistent with their condemnation of Zionist acts in their alleged video confession. However, the fact that these men supported ISIS means that, unlike most people, they likely failed to draw a distinction between Israel and Jews. That is, they were more likely to hold Jewish people as a whole responsible for the actions of Israel rather than just Zionists. My ultimate conclusion is that the evidence that's been made public so far is insufficient to reveal the true motive of the shooters. It's possible that they were motivated by anti-Semitism, it's possible that they were motivated by revenge against Israel and or its supporters, and it's possible that it was a bit of both. It's also possible that there's some entirely separate motivation which I haven't contemplated. Regardless of the motive, I want to make my position very clear. Nothing justified the horrific attack that took place at Bondi, and nothing ever will. My intention in investigating the possible motives of the attackers is of course not to seek to excuse their conduct, but rather to understand it so that we can identify the real causes of this heinous crime. Only once we are armed with all of the relevant facts will we be able to assess the government's claims that the attack was the inevitable consequence of a rise in anti-Semitism and that laws which seriously undermine our democratic rights are necessary in order to combat that rise and protect the community. And only then will we be able to recognize what needs to be done in order to minimize the risk of another terrible tragedy like this happening again in this country. But I want to reiterate that, whether the victims were targeted because they were Jewish or because the shooters held them somehow responsible for the actions of Israel or the organizers of the event, this was a crime that should be clearly and unequivocally condemned. And while some of the victims of the Bondi shooting were outspoken supporters of Israel, most do not appear to have been. But even if each and every one of them had have been senior members of the pro-Israel lobby, I would be strongly against any violence being perpetrated against them. Anyone who has been following my channel knows that I'm a staunch proponent of freedom of speech. I don't believe that anyone should be harmed for expressing their views, even if their views I disagree with vehemently. As I said in the last episode, I don't even think that Zionist doctors who advocated for Israel during this genocide should face professional harm in the form of complaints to the regulatory bodies, so I definitely don't think that they should face physical harm. Okay, so that's all for today. In the next episode, I'll ask whether, to the extent that this attack was motivated by anti-Semitism, was it the result of a supposed escalation in anti-Semitism, and if so, what were the real causes of that escalation? If you made it this far, that hopefully means you value my journalism, so please give the video a like and comment and subscribe to my channel. Until next time.
That is that one done. Now, I would disagree with him on one thing. I believe in freedom of speech. But, well, under the current state, I think there should be some restrictions on certain extremist ideologies like blatant Nazism and Zionism. Yeah, do I believe in executions? Of course not. But re-education, perhaps. But the next big question that needs to be asked is Australia under a foreign occupation? I think the answer at this point is an unequivocal yes. Now, not a de jure occupation, but a de facto occupation, certainly. Now, why do I believe this? One, we have, since the very beginning, been a vassal state. First to the British, and now to America, But the American empire is slowly giving way to Israeli control, Zionist control, crucially, not Jewish control. That needs to be stated clearly. There are plenty of Jews who I have seen marching in solidarity with Palestine and against Israel more generally. That is why this is not a Jewish thing. It's an ideological thing. It's a fascist thing. To claim that all Jews are responsible for Zionism is like claiming that all Germans are responsible for Nazism, which is stupid. Now, I'm going to go through some of the main political factions in Australia and essentially discuss how each of them relates to the de facto occupation which we are living under. I will start, of course, with the incumbent government, or with the incumbent party, the Labor Party. Now, the Australian Labor Party was the historical legacy party of the Australian working class. However, that should be tied in with the nuance, specifically settler working class. Obviously, this was a period where Indigenous Australians faced extreme persecution, violent persecution, with no rights, essentially treated like human animals. Sounds like how Gazans are treated. So there was, certainly a lot of racism early on. Such is the logic of settler colonialism. On a societal level, the antagonism between the descendants of settlers and Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people, generally, the antagonism is much reduced. On the institutional level, things have gotten better, but there are still significant concerns, significant things that need to change. But how should we be talking about the Labor Party's role in the continued occupation of this country? I want to start with World War One. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and search for... I made a post at some point. I will have to try and find it. I will probably be scrolling for a bit. to find it. Yeah. Trying to find it. There we are. Okay. So let's okay. Yeah, read this. I wrote this one before. Yeah, before I start, community notes saying this is doctored. That's because this came from this fake post claimed to be from Senator Marine Faruqi. And I said, now, you know, a lot of Australians opposed sending young men to die in a war that we frankly had no need to involve ourselves in, right? World War One wasn't like World War Two, where we were attacked and defended ourselves. World War One was pretty much entirely a European war. We had no stake in the matter. Our involvement was all about defending the mother country, i.e., Britain. That's why Jack Lang was so opposed to involvement in the war and to paying off debt accrued to Britain after the war. The Anzacs who went to die in World War One were not sent to defend us because we had no stake in it. They were sent to die for Britain. Young Australian men sent to die for another country. So while I disagree with the way it's been put at times in ways similar to this, it's certainly not the best thing to be fetishizing the Anzacs in World War One year after year. Those young men who died weren't heroes. They were victims, sent like lambs to the slaughter to be sacrificed for nothing. The same applies to every soldier who died fighting in American imperialist wars in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq. And more importantly, they're about to do it again. Though not the British Empire, but its successor, the Anglo American Empire. Pretending China poses some threat to us in order to manufacture consent to send more of our young men to die in another selfish, for profit war for America that they won't even win in the first place. More young Australian men are being lined up to be sent like lambs to the slaughter to die for nothing. Never again. Now, that should be considered to be effectively the first instance where our subjugation as a country, in hindsight, might be made clear. However, this was fairly early in the development of this country in terms of the relative lack of a real national identity that was distinct in any way from the British Empire. So, we are talking about a very different time then. But in hindsight, this should be seen as the first moment post-Federation, because, before Federation, it was pretty obvious. But afterwards, there was at least some form of de jure independence. I think the last real shackles weren't thrown off until like the 70s, where there was still some formal power that the British monarchy had over us and other Westminster monarchies like Canada and New Zealand and whatnot. A lot of that wasn't completely thrown off until like the 70s and 80s. But by that point, Britain was no longer the imperialist hegemon. The role of imperialist hegemon had shifted from Britain to America. And this was what formed what I call the Anglo-American Empire. And that is because we are pretty much talking about the same group, the same essential, a continuity of empire. It is functionally the exact same empire, just now based in a different country. Not much really changed. It is still a dictatorship of finance capital, of an imperialist class, specifically that imperialist class that was based in Britain and America, which by the end of World War II had virtually defeated all the other imperialisms. Had defeated the Germans twice. Had the French were relatively weak. Defeated. Russian imperialism was defeated by the Bolsheviks. So destroyed from within, if you will. Japanese imperialism was undone with World War II. With the end of World War II and the Japanese surrender. So that is pretty well. That's pretty well where that stands. But as the British Empire gave way to the Anglo-American Empire, Australia just kind of followed. It's America just kind of inherited Britain's vassal states, whether that be us or whether that be, at the time, Israel. At the time, the relationship's evolved now, but that relationship has evolved since then. To where Israel kind of has all the power now. But at the time, Israel was just a British vassal state. So America inherited Israel as a vassal state. America inherited. America inherited us as a vassal state, inherited Australia as a vassal state. And yeah, that's pretty much how that went. And what's happening now, essentially, is that the roles are shifting again. Now, this process will take time. Although I think there's it is going to be a thing where it is de facto, not de jure. Israel doesn't have the means to truly establish a global empire in a de jure sense of the term. So it's going to be essentially de facto, where visibly what we see is still the same old American empire, but the base of imperialism moves to Israel. And this is what's been referred to as Pax Judaica. And I'm kind of getting a little bit off track because I was meant to be talking about the Labour Party. But this does tie into where we are. And part of the final sort of transition from British vassalage to American vassalage was the transition to neoliberalism, which took place under the Labour governments of Bob Hawke and Paul Keating. In Australia, neoliberalism came from the Labour Party. It didn't come from conservative populists like Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan. It came from the left. It came from the left wing of Australian politics. And the unions ate it up, or the union bureaucrats ate it up, and sort of convinced the workers to eat it up. That neoliberalism has resulted in most of the problems we have today in this country. Some of them, either they caused problems or they exacerbated existing problems that already existed and just exacerbated it. I mean, the underlying causes of the housing crisis have existed at the very least since Robert Menzies. Since the Menzies governments, which was during World War II, and sort of beforehand, since then, the foundations that have led to the systemic foundations that have led to the housing crisis today started back then at the very least. At the very most, started from the very beginning of colonization. There is arguments to suggest that I mean, for example, the worst early economic crises in Australia stemmed from the housing market or from the property market. So yeah, pretty. So arguably, Australia's always had a problem with housing, or with property speculation and stuff like that. It's just very recently gotten really, really, really bad. And these are because of these underlying trends that have been going on this whole time. It's not the immigration. It's not the immigration. You may have valid reasons to oppose immigration anyway, but to claim that immigration is responsible for the housing crisis, primarily, is just a straight up lie. It's just a lie. There are systemic issues involving the banks, involving it is essentially a problem of finance capital. It's a problem of the financialization of the Australian economy that's taken place over a long period of time. Like the reason that we have a housing crisis right now is the same reason that we have deindustrialized, is the same reason that we have moved primarily to a service economy, is the same reason that that we shipped all that shit off to China. You know, it is really just that. We have it's a systemic problem. It's a systemic problem. So, and now should I say Labor today? Now the sense in which you know, Albanese kind of pushes back against Netanyahu, kind of pushes back. When push comes to shove, like now, he's fucking capitulated. Like he is just capitulated now. So yeah, he's literally just capitulated to the lobby now. So shows his face for what it is. But you know the way in which Albanese and Labor have like criticized Israel, it is so mild that it could just be considered controlled opposition. There is no real genuine criticism. Like there's no acknowledgement that it's a genocide. There is no like there's just this naive, two-faced pandering to the naive and impossible two-state solution. The two-state solution is fucking dead in the water. It's dead in the water. It arguably it was never possible in the first place. A two-state solution was never going to work in the first place because the Zionists wanted it all. Because the Zionists wanted it all. It was never possible. A two-state solution is a naive and unrealistic proposition that in practice is just running defense for the regime. It's just running defense for what is an inherently violent, fascistic, expansionist regime. There is no two-state solution. There never has been. There was one point where it looked like it might have been possible. There was like one Labour Zionist prime minister or something, or like a liberal Zionist prime minister or something that genuinely wanted to like codify a two-state solution. You know what happened? It got assassinated by Mossad. The two-state solution is fucking bullshit. It is bullshit. It will never work because they will not let it work. It is really that simple. So for Labor, for Albanese, for Labor to continue pandering to this naive, infantile notion of the two-state solution is unrealistic, is, you know, all kinds of naive. It is controlled opposition. It is controlled opposition. It is meaningless pandering. That is really what it amounts to. Meaningless pandering that amounts to nothing in practice but defense of a fascistic state. Speaking of controlled opposition, let's talk about the Greens. There was a time where I was a little bit of a greenie. I'm not anymore. And I lost all respect for the Greens last year. After after they decided to follow Labour in declaring the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran, describing it as a terrorist organization, sanctioning it and whatnot, and booting the Iranian ambassador to Australia on the basis of two in particular anti-Semitic attacks that were very obviously Mossad false flag operations. That much was clear to me from the start. And you know, some people said, "Oh, it's too amateur." Mossad has like amateur loyalists everywhere who are willing to carry out such attacks out of a sense of loyalty to the state. So, like, it's not Cyanim, I think is what they're called. Like, you know, these aren't like trained assassins and shit. Like the people who would do amateur shit like that just out of a sense of loyalty. It's not like really. It's not like this is, you know, gonna be like unrealistic. Oh, because it's amateur. It couldn't have been. Would have just gotten Cyanim to do it for fucking, or Cyanim to pay somebody else to do it, who was an amateur or something, just out of a sense of sick and cruel loyalty to the state. I don't know. But the Greens supported the lie that it was Iran. Lost all respect. All respect for them whatsoever. Out the window. Flush down the toilet. Because they showed themselves what they are. They are, in the most literal sense of the term, controlled opposition. They will say on paper, they will pay for billboards saying "Free Palestine." But guess what? They also support a two-state solution. The same naive proposition. Actually, let me double check that. I'm pretty sure they support a two-state solution. Australian Greens want a two-state solution. Huh? Okay, so they've long advocated for a two-state solution. Their position has evolved in recent years while they continue to support the principle of a two-state solution. Still idealistic rubbish. And several Australian Greens support the ideal of a two-state solution. Their current stance is that practical conditions under Israel's current policies make it unattainable. It was always unattainable. It was always unattainable. It was never attainable except for that brief moment until the dude got assassinated by Mossad. After that, it was never possible. It was never going to happen because the Zionists will not allow it. They will veto it. And they'll get their puppets in the US to veto it. It's not going to happen. If you affirm a two-state solution, you are no better than the genocide deniers. Or you are no better than those who just suck up to them. If you support a two-state solution, you're an infantile idealist with no real principle on the matter. Or you're ill-informed. In which case, read up. Either you're ill-informed, or you're no better than the outspoken Zionists. Now, moving to the right. The coalition. the coalition's falling apart. I feel like that goes without saying. The coalition is falling apart. There really is a thing that's become very clear since the last federal election that they are kind of just falling apart. And why? Because they've pretty much been reduced to a ragtag of like, you know, I mean, it really just exposed what they are. They're the party of business. Like the coalition, which granted, Labor is too. Like Labor is just like a party of business as well. Like maybe they're more like like union bureaucrats. But union bureaucrats are right in bed with the fucking capitalists at the end of the day. It's like, oh, enterprise bargaining agreement. They're sitting there at the table drawing up fancy fucking contracts. Like, and Labor's propped up the same system. When I talked about the housing crisis before, universal superannuation is a big fucking part of this shit. Which I'll revisit later. But mandatory universal superannuation is a big part of a big thing that's propped up this fucking housing shit. And the Labor side's been propping that up. The union bureaucrats, they're the ones who fucking fought for the shit in the first place. So, and who was to know at the time that the superannuation would have made the fucking the financialization problem worse? Who would have been to know that? I don't know if anyone. I don't know if anyone anticipated that. Although I mean, the main thing that has led to superannuation really propping this shit up, and making it a primarily domestic problem. The reason for the housing crisis is very much domestic. We cannot even blame that. We can't blame that on Israel. We can't blame that on America. We can't blame that on China. That is our problem. That is a domestic problem. It's not an immigration problem. It's really a domestic systemic problem. That is one thing we cannot blame foreign. We cannot blame foreign bodies on that. Because the main thing that's propping the shit up the banks, most of the investment in the banks is coming from the super funds. So it's coming from the people. So it's created a vicious cycle. Quite literally, it has created a very vicious cycle. So yeah, it's a systemic, and it's driven by primarily domestic phenomena. So how do we solve that? I'll get to that. One thing is to get rid of mandatory superannuation. That'll go fucking pretty far. That'll go pretty far. Provided that we still get that remuneration as wages. I fully support getting rid of mandatory super. Fully. Because it's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction. If it's going to result in less remuneration overall, then I don't support it. Or I'd be more queasy about it. But if the money that's otherwise going to go into the super fund is going to go directly into your pocket instead, then I mean at that point I'm kind of like, well, why not? Because it'll start to dismantle one of the main things that's propped up this system of domestic financial capital. It's just gone out of control, and locked millions out of the housing market. So but as for you know, the liberals and the nationals. Like, they're the ones that have propped up like the other side, the actual property market itself, the banks. Like, they are the party of big business. The nationals are like, oh, the party of farmers and small businesses. Like those two are technically contrary, so I don't know why there'd be a coalition if there wasn't like some sort of, you know, shared interest in like fucking the people over. But yeah, the coalition is basically dying. Like, are the current trends going to continue where they're going to slip in the polls and one nation is going to take over? I don't know. That's a serious discussion to be had. But yeah, the coalition's fucking dead. It's like at the moment it appears to just be dying. Which good riddance. Good riddance. um, but now we have one nation. I am going to say this as succinctly as I possibly can. Pauline Hanson is not a patriot. She is not a nationalist. She is a Zionist foreign puppet. Why do I say that? Look up the Australian Jewish Association. So I'll look it up now. All right. There we go. The Australian Jewish Association is an Australian Jewish community organisation. Guided by Torah principles and aligned with right-wing conservative values, the organisation represents its members and has a prominent voice in social and news media outlets. Here's the most important thing: criticism. Like in a debate over Jewish representation, the Executive Council of Australian Jewry in May 2024 criticised AJA as being unrepresentative of the mainstream of Australian Jews and urged media organisations to be aware of who they are before engaging with them. The Australia-Israel Jewish Affairs Council, AJAC, that's the another mainstream lobby, voiced similar opinions, stating that AJA is extremist and fringe and utterly incompatible with Jewish values. What are Jewish values? Certainly not Zionism. The Jewish Council of Australia called AJA a far-right extremist organisation, highlighting AJA's association with far-right figures like Pauline Hanson. There we fucking go. She gets my. Let me just make sure that I'm right here. Does one nation receive? Hang on. Just quickly use the AI in here. David Adler. Yep. Does one nation receive money from AJA or David Adler. No financial donations. You're fucked. You're fucked. So they're not even funding her and she's selling out. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God. What the fuck? They're not even funding her and she's selling out. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? They're not. Oh, they're not even giving her money and she's selling out. What the fuck? Oh, oh my God, man. Oh, what the fuck? 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 Oh, there goes the fucking webcam. They're not even giving her money. And she's selling out. So it's ideological. It's ideological. Fucking traitor! That is what she is. To anyone who needed any more evidence, she's not even taking money from them and she's selling out. She's just getting all buddy-buddy with people who want to fucking exterminate Arabs, millions of them, to expand the fucking borders to create their fucking surveillance state. Fucking traitor! Shouldn't need any more fucking evidence than that. I was under the impression that they were selling out for financial incentive, that they were taking money. But no, ideological. Are you fucking joking? Fucking traitors is what they are. Traitors. Not fucking patriots. And anyone suggesting they are patriots despite this fact, having full knowledge of this, having full knowledge of what they're doing, is just as much of a fucking traitor than they are. Fucking disgusting. Sitting here, claiming to be patriots, claiming to hate their fucking New World Order rubbish. This is the New World Order. They are the New World Order. What they're creating now. Fucking patriots, my ass. The fucking joke. I'm gonna end up with fucking. I'm gonna end up with stress issues. Fuck me. Fuck. Fucking traitorous cunts. I don't. How the fuck? Oh, the whole time I was under the impression that they were getting money to sell out. But then, not even getting money to sell out. They're just doing it. They're just selling us out. Because they can. Because ideological reasons. Because she's a fucking Zio. What the fuck, man? If you needed any more fucking evidence, I don't. If that doesn't fucking tell you enough, then you have no idea what you're fucking talking about. And I will get to this point. I will get to this point soon, sort of later. Um, you know, towards the end or whatever. But I've seen Scott Challen saying unite the right. No. No. And I've booked a train. I'm going to his march in Brisbane. I'm no confirmation yet, but I'm hoping to make a speech. I'm hoping to. I just got to get in touch with him to organise that. And I will tell him straight, with all necessary respect, because I respect him. No fucking pandering to unite the right crap. Not with them. If he wants to be consistent with respect to opposing foreign influence, then that means opposing one nation. That means opposing them, not coalitioning with them. Sure, you may agree on whatever other shit. One, Pauline Hanson's also a fucking power freak. She has de facto dictatorial power within one nation. She's too much like Trump as well. And I know I've seen Challen glaze Trump before. I don't know whether he actually believes that Trump is like a good leader, because Trump is the fucking pinnacle of a puppet. Because Benjamin Netanyahu is him on fucking puppet strings. Because Mossad has all kinds of fucking dirt on him and countless others, because they had Epstein's Island fucking bugged for decades. I am willing to bet with fucking certainty that Mossad has fucking all kinds of dirt on him. Footage of him raping little girls on Epstein's Island. No word of a lie. And I don't fucking care. They've got him on a fucking leash. They got him on a leash. That is why the subsumption of the United States has culminated with Trump. There is no saving it now, except for a revolution. Join the American Communist Party. If you are an American and you happen to stumble across this, acp.us/join. Join the American Communist Party. They are the future. Don't listen to all the fucking lies that come out of the traditional new left in America, because they're fucking Democratic tailors. The ACP is the future. Now, I've pretty much spoken enough about the Zionist problem at this point, with respect to talking about other stuff. So I'll just check that one off. I could reiterate the whole stuff about geopolitical eschatology. If you go onto my YouTube channel, there is a stream clip there about that. And, you just reiterate with that. My fucking hat. I knew that was going to happen. I fucking called it. That I was going to get so fucking pissed off. Throw the hat. Fucking start yelling. Fucking bang the table. I knew that was going to fucking happen. and the cussing, yeah. Man, I don't give a fuck about the cussing. I knew that was going to fucking happen. I knew that was going to happen from the fucking get-go. Before I did the fucking stream, I knew that was going to happen. Something was going to fucking rile me up that much. So, and this is where, there's another thing that I'd really, a lot of these kind of like Australia first folks, which I have a degree of respect. Okay, there are basically three factions of the Australian anti-establishment right, which are basically delineated between. There's the One Nation faction, the Zionist fucking traitors. There is the Nazis, which they're going back underground for the time being. Although that may be fucking reversed if this bill fails to pass and they may just keep going. Yeah, it's what it is. Either way. And the third is sort of hovering mainly around Scott Challen and basically this Australia First camp, which I think is mildly more moderate than One Nation. Whereas I think with respect to the Nazis are just saying what Pauline Hanson won't. Apart from probably a significant difference in their practical extremities, if the Nazis came to power, they would inevitably start genociding Aboriginals again, which I don't think that Pauline Hanson would do. I don't think she would do that. As much as I fucking hate her guts, I don't think she would go that far. Whereas the Nazis certainly would. Even if they don't admit it, I know they would get there eventually. But also the Nazis, the Nazis as well. Pauline Hanson are one that openly pro-Zionist. The Nazis are fucking pro-Zionists too, deep down. Because what's their solution? What's their solution to their JQing rubbish? What do they want to do with Jews in Australia? Deport them all to Israel. That's what they want to do. Whereas I'm that's not solving the fucking problem. It's not solving the fucking problem. Just give it deporting more Jews to Israel is not solving the fucking problem. It's the opposite of the proper solution. The proper solution is repatriation. Repatriation. Bring them back. And Nazis would fucking crack the shits at me for saying, if they heard me say that, they'd crack the fucking shits. But that's the solution. You don't fucking deport them. You don't deport more Jews to Israel. That's not solving the fucking problem. That's making it worse. It's making it worse. Because then Like, okay, because I'm sorry, what about the ones who are actually anti-Zionist? You know, the decent Jews, the people who aren't fucking sadistic, like genocide apologists. What happens if they get deported to Israel? Then what? They get sent. They get sent. Like, you know, packed up in a fucking IDF outfit and forced to go into Gaza and either murder children or serve as fucking cannon fodder for the fucking murderous cunts in front, in the back. No, no, not a fucking chance. So that should be reason alone that no one should be calling me a fucking anti-Semite. Because the last thing I want is the fucking decent Jews being shipped off to Israel by these fucking Nazis to be used either as cannon fodder. That would be the fucking response. They'd be used as cannon fodder. Because they've already been sending anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews into Gaza, forcing them to go in there and do shit. Forcing them to serve in the army, whereas they didn't have to before. So if we deport like the normal, decent, you know, Jews, who, you know, I may disagree. Like if they're ultra orthodox, they might have like, there might be like social conservatives that don't like gays or anything like that. But and look, agree to disagree. Agree to disagree on that. What matters is that they're not fucking genocidal. So, you know, that makes them better than the fucking Zionists. Like I would prefer a socially conservative Haredi Jew who doesn't to a socially progressive genocidal Zionist. You know, that just feels like a worthy trade-off. That feels like a worthy trade-off to me. But yeah, why the fuck would I want the normal decent Jews being sent to play fucking cannon fodder for the IDF in Gaza? That's fucked. That's fucked. And that's what the Nazis would fucking do. They'd just fucking deport them all. Deport them all, regardless of whether they're decent or not. Regardless of whether they're fucking Zionists or not. But as I said, I don't think we should be deporting any of them. I think we should be giving them economic incentives to come back. Like, I think we should be giving, like, Israeli-Australian dual citizens economic incentives to come the fuck back. And under like a socialist government, a Marxist-Leninist state, that is what I believe should be done. And not just Israeli Australians, but all Australian citizens living abroad should be given much economic incentives to return and to help build. Because we'll need people. We'll need people, and we're better off bringing. And I'm sure, you know, a lot of right wingers would probably rather that we start trying to bring citizens home than more immigrants. And you know, this is, you know, I'm obviously not as extreme on immigration as even Challen. Like I'm not as extreme. But look, I've basically said, as long as you're not going full Trumpian and denying them due process rights, or allowing racial profiling, or you know any of that shit, as long as they're not doing shit like that and using fucking immigration officials like a Gestapo, as long as they're not doing that shit over here, I don't want that shit here. I don't want that shit here. As long as they're not going there, as long as they get their due process rights, and it's not a fucking political thing, as long as it's not that, then deportation's fine. Fine. I may have some moral objections in certain circumstances if they're going to be returned to a country that's going to kill them. I would have a very, very strong moral objection to that. But as long as this ain't going to turn into a fucking ICE situation, I said, look, agree to disagree, whatever. Like the deal breaker is when it turns into a fucking ICE style situation where immigration officials become like fucking secret police and due process rights are gone. As long as it doesn't go anywhere near that, we're good. As long as it doesn't go anywhere near that, I don't care. So, I think that is the broader solution to the Zionist problem. That the repatriation, not just Australia, but other countries as well. Repatriation. That is the solution. I think too much damage has been done. I know Elon Pape has written a book on it, and I would be curious as to what he actually says about the matter. Actually, look, I may just fucking swallow the bullet and be a hypocrite again. Just use Grok to try and summarize his point. What are the 8 steps Elon Pape puts forward in his book Israel on the Brink? Relocating the right of return of the Palestinian refugees to the center of the future vision. Okay. Establishing a new definition for the Jewish collective in historical Palestine, redefining Jewish identity and community in the land in a non-exclusive, non-supremacist way compatible with equality. Is that even possible at this point? Like, 'cause it's like the vast majority of Israelis, like a fucking massive super majority, think this way. I don't. Finalizing a plan for the future of the Jewish settlements built in the West Bank since 1967. Developing a clear strategy for addressing and likely dismantling or radically transforming the illegal settlements. Creating a new strategy for a united Palestinian national movement. Other elements. Implementing transitional and restorative justice, e.g., judicial processes for human rights violations, building bridges with the Arab world, total demolition or major reconfiguration of settlements, addressing Nakba denial and broader cognitive political shifts toward liberal pluralist values. Pape envisions these as interconnected cognitive and political mini-revolutions to enable a single democratic decolonized state rather than endless conflict. I feel like this is idealistic. I feel like this is idealistic. And I would. Let's see what Grok says. Is this at all realistic? No. No. It's widely viewed as a highly idealistic, long-term, and extremely challenging blueprint. Bordering on utopian in the short to medium term, though Pape himself frames it as a sober, hopeful, and necessary program rather than an immediate or easy fix. Yeah, it's Too much damage has been done, and I just and look, my heart goes out to Palestinians who, for the most part, us despite everything, are still willing to share like a multi-ethnic state with them, with the Zionist settlers. Despite the fucking, like, the hate is really one-sided to a significant degree. It's fucking it's it's unreal. It's genuinely unreal how much. Yeah, but I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's realistic at all. Um, Dismantling or fully reconfiguring West Bank settlements, home to 700,000 plus settlers, and yeah, no, that's Papa acknowledges the process would be messy, potentially violent, and protracted. People are saying, well, Israel's current trajectory is unsustainable and may lead to some form of collapse or major crisis. The book offers a principled roadmap for what could come after such a breakdown rather than assuming peaceful change tomorrow. Except I don't know if Israel is actually going to collapse. Like, are they, like, it might look that way, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, look, my position is repatriation. I do not mean forced repatriation. I think for most, economic incentives will be sufficient. How high those incentives have to be is the question. Now, I think an awful lot will be possible in like a socialist state, especially if said socialist state decides to operate on modern monetary theory rather than neoclassical economics, which is one thing that I will have to that I will be looking more into. The idea of how modern monetary theory could theoretically enable a completely permanently debt-free socialist society. That would be quite an interesting one. But okay, point I need to get to. Regarding point that I need to get to regarding all this is, if there's one issue I have with with Challen and like this sort of Australia First crowd, which it's not a big issue. It's not a massive issue. I think it could become one, and it does lead to what I think are some mildly misguided positions. The parochial worldview. This kind of like Australia first, but kind of like Australia only. Like don't give a fuck. like about what's going on elsewhere, which I just don't think is a very like it's sort of like non-interventionist foreign policy, which is proposed by the Australian lobby group, which I think is a decent position to take. At least it's not, sending young Aussies to go die in a fucking war for America or whatever. Like, it's better than that. Like, it is definitely better. Now, but I think like even if you're going to take that position, I think there still needs to be a concrete materialist understanding of modern geopolitics and sort of a an understanding of basically if something happens, if a non-interventionist foreign policy by some stretch of the imagination isn't plausible, isn't feasible in a certain situation, then which side do we go on? And that's a thing where we kind of need to kind of ask these questions because otherwise it sort of leads to a fairly closed mindset, which is in essence what parochialism is. Now, as I said, at this stage, I don't see it as a fatal issue. I do think Challen's a bit too hawkish about China, which I would love to speak to him about. There are a lot of things I'd love to speak to him about. Love to talk to him. I'd love to talk to Bob Catter at some point. About these things. Too hawkish on China, which I think comes from like a historical kind of it kind of develops from this thing's always kind of been a problem in Australia, which is this kind of like a kind of deep seated fear of like Asiatic hordes to the north. It seems to it seems to have been a consistent problem where there is some sort of like a deep seated like cultural fear of like Asia. Where the thing sort of comes from like the traditional like West East antagonism kind of thing, which kind of emerged in the modern period. Oh, but well, I mean, it's kind of always been a thing as well. Like, I mean, even the Romans were like, "Oh, the barbarians from the east." So all of this kind of stuff, but there is like this sort of fear of like the Asiatic hordes to the north. Like that was like one of the justifications for the White Australia policy back then. Like that, like it was Asiatic immigrants, like Chinese immigrants and shit like that. Like that was one of the motivations for the White Australia policy. This and even more recently, Pauline answers like the Asianization of Australia. I'm like you're not, like I mean, obviously those two examples are like highly racist examples, but I think even just this sort of think like the modern sort of concern about China on the Australian right is like it's two things at once. It is this kind of unconscious xenophobia, but like it's not It's not necessarily racist. It is in some cases, but it's not necessarily like consciously racist. Um, but that's also melded with like anti-communism. It's also melded with anti-communism. So that's one thing. But look, I would rather be allies with China than the US. I would rather. I would prefer we have our own foreign policy. I'd much prefer we have our own foreign policy, but if I had to pick, I would pick China. If I had to choose, I would pick China over the US in a heartbeat. Um, One, because currently I think like at the very, I have sort of come back to like a Marxist-Leninist position. I'd probably say like very like I'm kind of like very much like ultra left of Marxism-Leninism. Like I'm probably mildly further left than Mao Zedong, even, and more libertarian. So I've sort of moderated a bit, but not an awful lot. So, but yeah, I think the issue with parochialism is that it leads to a fairly narrow-minded outlook. And I mean, I've experienced it personally. My stepfather's he thinks like that. My stepfather he thinks like that. He thinks like that as well. I don't think it's incredibly helpful, but in the way that is expressed by folks like Challen and Gerard Rennick and them lot, it's a lot less actively dangerous version of parochialism um, versus I mean Pauline Hanson, she acts parochial but she's not. Like she acts parochial, like she acts like a patriot but she's not. Like she is a foreign sellout. Oh. Just gonna send a post from Lozzie. You should nuke this person. Oh, trust me, bro. I have many times. Oh gosh, she's a fucking racist. She's like, oh, you should be allowed to be proud to be white. And it's like, I mean, sure, I guess. Shit like that, I'm sure. Because for what she's like, haha, no one called for a Bolshevik censorship bill that censors. Fucking bullshit. I've never fucking seen her use that word before. I've seen her be like a Marxist and socialist and communist and blah blah blah. I've seen her say Bolshevik. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. My God. Hell. Oh my God. Many times. I fucking. Oh my Lord. Oh, but yeah, I feel it's kind of enough on the like topic of parochialism. So yeah, I'll just move on. And first things first, as we segue away from parochialism, we got to talk about Trump. We got to talk about Trump. Um, we got people talking about violently overthrowing him in America now. We got people talking about pulling out the guns. Shit has escalated. since Renee Good was shot in the face. A white Christian woman shot in the face, unarmed, by ICE. One, that's happening to anyone of any color, of any whatever characteristic, is not fucking okay. But it's gotten real since then. People are now talking about bringing out the fucking guns. Not just fucking torches and pitchforks, fucking guns. And I'm like, yes, please. I'm like, yes, please. Yes, please. Join the American Communist Party. Liberate us all. Liberate us all. If you Americans, if you liberate yourselves, you are liberating the rest of us. You are liberating the rest of us. If you revolt now, Pax Judaica will be fucked. It will not. If you know what you're doing, if you revolt against them, if you revolt against them now, if you join the American Communist Party and you revolt, there will be no Pax Judaica. We will be fucking saved. Israel will fucking fall. We might have to worry about a nuclear situation. I don't want to say it'd be all fairies and rainbows. We'll probably end up having to deal with a fucking nuclear situation after they invoke the Samson option when they get fucking understandably annihilated by their neighbors. But yes, please, topple them. It will make it so much easier for the rest of us. Rip up the fucking AUKUS agreement. Rip up all of that. Take power and let the ACP handle it. They will know what they're doing. Will know what they're doing. ACP. Fucking do it. The rise of American fascism. Maybe we should be talking about the imminent fall of American fascism. Talk about it fucking quick. I mean, we don't know how far it would go yet. But yeah, I mean, there is one thing. The Iran protests. The Iran protests. Now, now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. The Socialist Party stands in solidarity with the rebellion in Iran and supports the movement's demands for social justice, an end to economic inequality and oppression, and the overthrow of the Iranian religious state. Calling for the overthrow of the last bastion of defense in the region against Israel. The so-called socialists who have been out there protesting for 2 fucking years about the genocide in Gaza being perpetuated by Israel, and then you sit here and then standing in solidarity with the rebellion in Iran. Which rebellion? Which rebellion are we referring to? Huh. Huh. Hmm. No. Hmm. No, what's this? How deeply are Israel's Mossad spy masters involved in Iran protest crisis? Hmm. 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 So, so what are we talking about here? We're talking about So, so what's this? So the so-called Socialist Party, who have been, you know, protesting in solidarity with Palestine, BDS. Did we just forget about all of that? Did we just forget about all of that and then start defending protests that have been admitted by the Israeli press as being backed by fucking Mossad? Are you joking? Betrayal. And I said as much myself. I said, bruh, supposed socialists over here just voicing support for the CIA Mossad counter revolution in Iran. So much for anti imperialism. What a fucking betrayal. First the Greens, then the socialists. And then I kind of glazed the Eureka Initiative. But I said here as well, they said, oh, the Socialist Party stands against the Combating Anti Semitism, Hate, and Extremism Bill, which, good, good. However, I said, you showed your cards yesterday when you gave support to the CIA Mossad color revolution in Iran. You've lost any respect within the anti imperialist camp. Iran is a key part of the anti imperialist alliance alongside Russia and China, and the last defense against Zionist hegemony. You've gone the way of the Greens last year when they voiced support for the expulsion of Iran's ambassador and sanctioning of the IRGC based on Mossad intelligence blaming them for what were very clear Zionist false flag attacks within our borders. I don't know if this is just saving face for electability or not, but if so, that makes it even worse. Crying about the IRA definition of anti Semitism and civil liberties rings hollow now. Long live the Islamic Republic, with an asterisk, unless it's based Marxist Leninists doing the revolution, which it's not. As far as I know, it's not communist. It's not a communist revolution. It's a fucking Mossad-backed fucking puppet revolution. They want to get rid of the Islamic Republic, the last regional defense. The last regional defense, replace it with a puppet state so they can control it. Then there is nothing stopping them except maybe Pakistan because of the deal with Saudi Arabia, Mutual Defense Pact, which means that Israel can't really go all the way with its Greater Israel plans unless they want a nuclear war with Pakistan. But yeah, what a fucking disappointment. What a disappointment. Fuck it. That pissed me off, man. That pissed me off. Right off. I cannot believe that. Like, as I said, yeah, talk about a fucking betrayal. Talk about a fucking betrayal. That's like, it's so disappointing. That is just, yeah, that is so disappointing. It's just it's unbelievable. It's just and look, this is Trotskyism for you. Do recall that Victorian socialists are basically a glorified electoral arm of Socialist Alternative, which is a Trotskyist organization. If there is anything that should show us what fucking Trots represent, it's this. It's this shit. It's basically chauvinism in disguise. At least with fucking soy boy cunts like Drew Pavlo, I can take the piss because it's fucking obvious with him. It's obvious with cunts like him that he's a fucking chauvinist with no principles. But when you have this kind of chauvinism in fucking disguise coming from Trotskyists, because anti-Stalinism, like it's like there you fucking like is your fucking problem. You know what Trotsky wanted? You know what would have happened if Trotsky had replaced Lenin instead of Stalin? It would have started a fucking World War II that would have led to the destruction of the Soviet Union at the hands of both the Allies and Nazi Germany. Because Trotsky wanted a hyper-expansionist foreign policy to declare war against the entire fucking capitalist world when they were nowhere near fucking ready to do that. Maybe if they'd had the Spartacists, if the Spartacists had succeeded in Germany, maybe they might have had some time. But Trotsky was a fucking fool. Trotsky was a fool. And I was a Trotskyist for a bit. He was a fucking fool. He was an expansionist fool. And when he didn't get his way, he called for a new revolution. When he didn't get his way, when his faction lost, he called for another revolution. So he got exiled. Do I think he should have been hunted down and killed? I mean, up to interpretation. I'd probably say no, but like he was an expansionist fool. He was ready to just declare war against the whole world, permanent revolution, blah blah blah. Let's just expand. Wait until we all get fucking killed. Because all of a sudden, like the alternative World War II, where everybody is against us because we just declared war against the entire fucking world, and now we get fucking annihilated. Now we get hit with the fucking nukes. Like, fucking fool, idiot. He was an idiot, absolute fucking fool. So but yeah, and look, and here's another thing. Look, another criticism which goes into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Yeah. Which first? Which should we be fighting first? The class war or the culture war? I used to be of the same position as many modern leftists today. That we have to fight the culture war first because the right is fighting the culture war. They're like, oh, the right started it, so we got to finish that before we can do the class war. Now, perhaps that was a rational position maybe 10 years ago. 10 years ago, maybe that was a rational position. It is no longer a reasonable position to hold. Because we are currently, and this is why you have had organizations like the American Communist Party and the the American Communist Party and the Eureka Initiative here in Australia. This is why you've had these groups crop up that are basically, on the surface, basically adopting a more socially conservative appearing aesthetic and look and talk and all of that. Basically a resurgence of the old left. And why is that? Because the old guard was actually fucking half successful. The old left was actually fucking half successful at mobilizing the people. Why? Because they weren't concerning themselves disproportionately with identitarian issues regarding less than 1% of the population. And then calling everybody else bigots. Like, and look, if I am having a conversation with somebody, I will correct them. I will correct them on what I believe are bigoted misconceptions. Because a lot of people who carry like socially conservative viewpoints with regards to like trans people and whatnot. A lot of it is just misinformed. It's not really like consciously. And look, the majority of I've seen people who would usually be considered like leftists would call them fascists, like people in the Challen camp. Whereas really, I think the main concern is just like shit like giving gender affirming care to children or trans women going into women's bathrooms, stuff like that. Like, which I mean, the bathroom thing, probably gonna like just find like a third bathrooms solution to that one. I don't know. But as for like the children thing, I mean, it's really just like I think a lot of it comes from like misinformation on the medical consensus, on what people who have actually spent a very long time studying this shit have come to the conclusion of regarding treatment for gender dysphoria. I don't see a point in blaming people for being misinformed. Just talk to them. Better off talking to people than going, "Oh, you transphobic bigot, fuck off." Like, that doesn't fucking solve anything. That just makes it worse. That just makes it worse because then makes you look like a fucking wokey cunt. Makes you look like a fucking wokey soy boy. Whatever the fuck. And then they don't want to fucking talk to you. So, but look, with regards to the question, class war or culture war? Class war, first. We can argue about bathrooms later. We are currently facing right down the barrel of extinction. By all accounts, extinction. We can argue about bathrooms later. Right now, we need to find some semblance of basic fucking unity, basic working class unity, so that we can topple this fucking system. Then we can argue about it later. We can argue about fucking bathrooms and shit later. We need to fight now. It's it really is just like that simple answer, in my opinion. We need to stop the culture war pandering. Look, it's like, oh, when the right goes low, we go. Wait, I mean, maybe we should interpret that as saying, okay, um, like, okay, look. Granted, there are some things which I think should not be tolerated by it. Like, for instance, I think there are some very basic principles with respect to with respect to, like, who should we be allowing into a communist party. If you are like a massive misogynist, you believe that women should be subservient to men or whatever. If you are like that, fuck off. If you are extremely racist, fuck off. If you are calling for any kind of fucking violent action against a minority group, fuck off. Whether that is vigilante violence or state persecution, fuck off. And when I say violent persecution, fuck off. If you are calling for violent action against against any minority group, fuck off. But if you just don't want to really lean fully into this, like, kind of, quote unquote woke, then that's fine. If you want to treat people with basic human dignity, but you don't really want to be leaning into all this identitarian bullshit constantly, that's fine. That's fine, and that's really the essence of it. We have to fight the class war. We have to fight the class war, especially now when we are facing down the barrel of an existential situation, of an existentially threatening situation on multiple fronts. So, that's really where we got to sit on that. The class war needs to be fought now. We can talk about specifics about bathrooms and shit later. When we are not actively facing an existential threat to humanity, then we can start having discussions about those little identitarian things. We can have arguments. We can start arguing about those things when we actually have a proper voice, and when we're not just dealing with a fake democratic system that is controlled by foreign government. How about that? I think that sounds pretty easy. And yeah. And so with this as well, when we're answering the question of class war, there is another crucial question that I want to kind of address here, which is going to be one that might be look, I'll just do it anyway. It shouldn't be. The last point really is lobby or party, which is really a question regarding the Australian lobby group, and whether I think that is enough, or if we need something else, like a party, specifically a revolutionary party. This is a reform or revolution question. Is it better to have a lobby that simply tries to, like, pay politicians to do the will of the people within the current systemic framework? Or should we have a people's party, a communist party, to establish a new democracy, to establish a new democratic system, as a transitional stage towards the dictatorship of the proletariat, towards a proletarian state, working class, workers' state? Obviously, I'm a communist, so I think the latter is the case. However, I want to kind of make clear that I think, especially given the betrayal of the fucking trots and the dem socks and shit, and given the betrayal of the Greens and all of that, I honestly think with a simple like non-interventionist foreign policy stance, that is the closest thing to an anti-imperialist position that currently exists in Australian politics, short of a communist party, short of like straight up Marxism Leninism. Like, this non-interventionist foreign policy is the closest thing to an anti-imperialist position that currently exists in Australian politics. So, in that respect, I think that the Australian lobby group and Gerard Rennick's People First, it's going to be probably the best alternative. And look, another policy that's in there, maybe I should actually pull up the policies. Okay. Okay, so here are the policies of the Australian lobby group. So we have one, end mass immigration. We propose capping annual migration at 80,000 gross and placing a 5-year freeze on all non-essential visas to relieve massive pressure on housing, wages, services, and national cohesion. I mean, I've already explained how, immigration has nothing to do with the housing crisis. The housing crisis is almost entirely a domestic financialization problem. And look, I would probably maybe talk to him about that if I get to speak to him in person for a bit. I'd probably maybe try and explain this to him. So yeah. Strict enforcement on overstayed visas, major reform to the student visa system, and prioritizing the return of Australians and genuinely skilled workers. See, I think a position that I would say is I think if we're gonna let's say we go for a position where we have like a Marxist Leninist state, and we just decide to shut the border completely. I would want to make one exception to bring in temporary skilled migrants who are sympathetic, who can train our workers to help build domestic industry. I think that's a pretty based position. So, scrap net zero mandates for affordable baseload power. Look, I mean, I'm fine with exiting the Paris targets. I mean, it is just like a fucking soup. It is just kind of like a paper treaty. Phase out costly renewable subsidies. Yeah, I disagree with phasing out renewable subsidies. I think they should actually be increased, specifically for domestic solar. I think domestic solar and domestic battery should be very much rolled out more and more. Restore real baseload power using high efficiency coal and the transition to nuclear technology. I don't like uranium nuclear. Uranium's too dangerous, I believe. We do have a lot of thorium though, and I think thorium is going to be something that we should be looking at. We have plenty of thorium, and especially in a Marxist-Leninist state, we could very easily get some experts here from China, because China has been pioneering in thorium salt reactors, which cannot have meltdowns and do not produce the kind of waste that traditional uranium reactors do. So, in a Marxist-Leninist state, this would be such a simple thing. Just bring a few people here from China, not a lot, temporarily, just a few people who've been working on organize it on a rational basis with the Chinese government to bring some experts on thorium salt reactors here to help build those salt reactors in Australia, and then we can start digging for thorium. It's far more abundant. It's the difference in power density between uranium and thorium is very small in favor of uranium. It's negligible though, especially when compared to the relative abundance of thorium. I think I've read somewhere we'd have enough thorium to power the entire country at current energy usage rates for 40,000 years, which is crazy. More than enough time to start looking at nuclear fusion. We probably wouldn't even need to use it all. Combined with investment in hydro and geothermal options. What's hydro is in hydrogen or hydro is in water? And ending government overreach on transmission corridors, this approach aims to drive electricity prices below 10 cents a kilowatt by 2030. What's the price at now? Current electricity prices Australia per kilowatt. Fuck, you're being ambitious. Ranging between 19 and 46 cents. Fuck, you're being ambitious, bro. You're being ambitious. Fucking good luck. Although if you rolled out domestic salt at every fucking house, you'd drop it to fucking zero for most people. You'd drop it to zero for most people. I feel like it would make up for a bit. So I don't know why you're saying we should phase out costly renewables. Heighten them for a bit. Fucking raise them, very much. Get more people to get it faster. And then you fucking drop it. You drop it when everyone's got it. Fuck, you can even mandate it. Well, I don't know, it's probably going a bit far. Raise tax-free threshold to $60,000. I think it's under 15,000 right now, isn't it? We also propose voluntary superannuation. So yeah, in terms of voluntary superannuation, it will start to slowly dismantle the base of the housing crisis. So it's really the immigration is a negligible factor, but the reforming superannuation, make it voluntary, will do a fair bit because it'll knock the fucking shit out of the banks. It'll knock the shit out of the banks. So, maybe we need to go a bit further with that. Let people fucking withdraw it all if they want to. I'll fucking take it. I'll buy a car. I'll buy a nice car with that. Ban membership in globalist organizations. To restore Australia's sovereignty, elected representatives and senior officials must be prohibited from participating in globalist bodies such as the UN, WHO, Gavi, and WEF. Exiting these organizations will allow Australia to reclaim independent decision-making on health, defence, finance, infrastructure, and education, while redirecting millions of taxpayer dollars into domestic priorities. The only one I kind of have a little bit of a problem with is leaving the UN. So, like, because the UN is like, it's meant to like keep peace. I mean, oh fuck, granted, it's not fucking doing its job very well. It's kind of fucking useless for that. So I don't know, maybe might as well stop fucking pretending that the UN is useful for anything. So, maybe. Until we can maybe, eventually come up with, like create a new communist international, but one that recognizes the sovereignty of nations. Something like that. Yeah, alright. Direct childcare subsidies to parents. Parents, not bureaucrats, should decide what childcare works best for their families. I don't really agree with this. I mean, I'm not saying we should let bureaucrats decide. I think we should let the kids decide. I believe in democratic education. I think we should let the kids decide what they want. Wait, childcare. Oh, wait, hang on. Is this like early childhood care? Early childhood care, yeah. If it's only if it's only like preschool, like early childhood care, yeah, okay. That doesn't sound too bad if it's just that. As for like proper education though, I think that should be I think that should be completely state managed, but democratic. The kids should be given more decision making power in what they want to learn. And this is not really a Marxist-Leninist position. This is not a typical Marxist-Leninist position because usually the party wants to maintain hegemony over what gets taught in the schools. I think there should be more freedom for the students to decide what they want to learn. Do I think there should be some prohibitions to make sure that there are no actively dangerous subversive ideas that could be taught in schools? Yeah. But I believe that studies have made pretty clear that democratic education tends to lead to greater results for students, even when they end up taking a lot more leisure time than they get otherwise in a traditional educational setting. So I don't think it's bad. I don't think this is a bad idea if this is just talking about early childcare. So that's fine. Income splitting for couples until the youngest child turns 18 will support family stability, recognize unpaid caregiving, and ease the financial burden on young families. I've got to ask what this income splitting thing is about. Recognize unpaid caregiving. I mean, if this is like domestic labor, like a stay-at-home parent, if that's what's being referred to by like unpaid caregiving, that's actually kind of based. That is actually kind of based. Not gonna lie, that is kind of based. if that's what that's about, that's kind of based. Establish a sovereign infrastructure bank. Australia must own its infrastructure again. A sovereign infrastructure bank would fund roads, rail, ports, dams, and power networks using low-interest domestic bonds, not foreign debt. Revenue from these assets would flow back into government coffers, reducing the tax burden on Australians while ensuring our nation's essential infrastructure remains publicly owned and operated. This is so close to being absolutely based. This is so close to being absolutely based. You know what's missing? You don't need low interest domestic bonds. You don't need bonds. You don't need to be selling bonds. Just take the modern monetary theory approach. You don't need it. We can create a debt-free society. I mean, granted, a Marxist-Leninist party would need to come to power and repudiate the fucking $1 trillion in debt we already have. Which means just repudiate it, just fucking write it off and cancel the cunt. Don't pay it. Just fucking repudiate the cunt. Granted, we won't be able to borrow money anymore, but if we operate our economic policy according to modern monetary theory, we won't need to. Especially given that a Marxist-Leninist state would immediately go about rapid expansion, rapid development of the productive forces, like rapid reindustrialization, which makes spend out of modern money, using MMT economic policy feasible without heavy inflationary problems, especially when there's like state planning to allocate resources. A Marxist-Leninist state could fucking deal with inflation pretty fucking well. But like the USSR didn't really have a problem, I don't think, except right at the very start. That I think they had like hyperinflation right at the very start during the Civil War, but and I think that was because they repudiated the debt. In all fairness, but I think it was part of the reason. Like, there's always going to be like a short-term knock, like a short-term like issue, and then like it kind of stabilizes and it's better. Constitutionally enshrined Bill of Rights. Yes. Yes. Yep. 100%. Slash beer, fuel, and tobacco excise and launch a gambling buyback. Yes. Yes, that is based. Strengthen whistleblower protections and improve anti-corruption oversight? Yes, 100%. Reform HECS and hold universities accountable. Universities benefiting from taxpayer funds must demonstrate real-world results. We propose freezing indexation. Yeah, okay. Tying university funding to graduate employment outcomes. I just think the university should be owned by the state. Why have private universities? Like, so for the same reason as private schools, why private universities? Just fucking nationalize the entire education system. All levels. And make it democratic. Make it democratic. That's make it democratic. That's what I think. Nationalize the entire education system, all levels. Primary, secondary, tertiary, and then make it democratic. I think the democratic element, the democratizing element, will help resolve concerns about ideological indoctrination, which Marxism-Leninism is based, but I think democratic education tends to lead to better results regardless. Civil, construction, engineering, and medical/nursing corps. To rebuild national capability, we propose establishing specialist corps that train Australians in engineering, construction, and medical professionals. Semi-retired experts would train the next generation while working on nationally significant infrastructure. Graduates would receive qualifications and access to subsidized land, building strong communities and reducing reliance on foreign labor. This is good, though I would go significantly, though in a Marxist-Leninist state, I would go significantly further than this. like a lot of this stuff is going to be like going significantly further. Housing reform. Housing must become affordable again. We propose restricting foreign ownership, limiting negative gearing to new builds. Okay. Reducing construction costs by reverting to earlier NCC standards. Is that going to be like a less regulation thing? And fast tracking 500 pre approved home designs for rapid delivery. Taxes on home and land packages would be capped at 20% to drive down prices and increase supply. Is that actually going to. Like, I mean, it's really not going to. It's going to have like a thing where it's going to be just. Only decommodification of housing is really going to be a lasting solution. Ban speculation. Like, I mean, all of this is better than nothing, I suppose, but at the end of the day, it's not going to fix the underlying cause. And look, Challen, in his position as a businessman running a construction business, I don't think he's going to like the underlying causes. Because, I don't know. I ever see, does he benefit from it? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. But it goes a lot deeper than that. There's no, like, we need land reform, not just housing reform. We need land reform, banning speculation, and land redistribution and shit like that. Repeal Digital ID Act, Online Safety Act, and oppose Digital Duty of Care Act. Based. Yep, these laws enable unprecedented data collection, monitoring, and control. Based. To protect civil liberties and privacy. Based. National security policy reform. The Australian Lobby Group advocates an Australia First, non-interventionist national security strategy that prioritises sovereignty, border security, and direct threats to citizens over foreign conflicts or ideological pursuits. Australia First, as long as that doesn't mean but this is where I'm sort of like, if it's non-interventionist, because I mean, Australia First and non-interventionist don't necessarily align depending on what we are meaning by Australia First. Like, that's the crucial thing here. What are we talking about? What do we mean when we say Australia First? Are we talking Australians first? Because if so, then we're talking mainly about the working class. In which case a non-interventionist, at the minimum, or an actively anti-imperialist foreign policy would be in the best interests of the majority of people. If by Australia First we're talking about the comprador, the comprador imperialists, then non-interventionism is not in their interests. It's in their interests to do whatever America or Israel says. So, and I think this is like where we kind of see into like a prioritizing the nation, the concept of the nation over class. Because at the end of the day, this is like a class thing. There is a difference. There's a difference between different class interests. So we need to get to the bottom of that before we can really start talking about Australia First and what we actually mean by that. Empowering citizens with recall elections. Reliance on the Governor General, a person installed by government to rein in a government that has gone off the rails, is no longer viable. To that end, we will seek laws that add a permanent recall election power to Australian citizens. Wouldn't that require an amendment to the Constitution? I'm pretty sure this would require a referendum. I don't know, I'd have to see, but I'm pretty sure this would require a referendum. This would be like constitutional reform. As for, I mean, you're trying to make the existing system more democratic, where when it fundamentally isn't. So, I mean, all well and good. Like, I mean, this would be better. Would it resolve like the fundamental issue? Like, I mean, if you did this plus like so if you had this plus like citizen initiated referenda, referendum, yeah, it's it's a step. I mean, it'd probably make us what, a bit more like Switzerland, which is all well, is all like well and good, but I mean, the Chinese system is better. The socialist, like the Republic of Soviet system is better. Like, it just is. But that requires a complete overhaul of the system. Like, that would require like abolishing the states, like getting rid of the constitutional monarchy, and like replacing it with like basically like strong decentralization of day-to-day administration to local government rather than state government, which would be abolished, and then having like um and then having a unicameral people's congress for a central government instead of uh yeah, having like a unicameral system instead of a bicameral system without constitutional monarchy. I mean, that's very extreme. I mean, that is my position, but I mean, look, this kind of thing plus like the whole citizen initiated referendum thing. I know Pauline Hanson has that as one of her policies. I think she's full of shit. Frankly, I think she's full of shit. She's far too fucking power hungry to allow that. Yeah. And enhancing parliamentary accountability and independence. Reform of question time and presiding officers for greater impartiality to strengthen democratic accountability in the Australian Parliament by eliminating scripted Dorothy Dixes during question time and ensuring the Speaker of the House of Representatives and President of the Senate serve as truly non-partisan presiding officers. Aren't they? Yeah, I mean, all of this is, look, it is pretty good all in all. Like, yeah, in terms of, I think it's all right. Like, in terms of the broad thing, you know, notably, what I don't see? I don't actually see any bigoted shit here. I don't see any, no mention of LGBTQ stuff. No mention of it. Which is like, look, that's what I want to see. It's kind of like there is nothing here that I really object to. There are a couple of things where I'm like, but there is nothing here that I think is a deal breaker. And a lot of this is fairly similar to Gerard Rennick's policies. Um, um, Rennick's got some other stuff. But yeah, I think, look, all in all, this is pretty decent as a step in the right direction. I do not think that it alone, however, is anywhere near enough. Actually, hang on. Let's go. Eureka Initiative. Here we go. Now, this is only a new organization. There's no real policies yet. This is what I support. I should preface by saying I am not currently a member of the Eureka Initiative. I am not a member. I would love to be, but I am not currently a member. So, yeah. Our values: republicanism, severing of remnant ties with colonial authorities and the establishment of a new sovereign state. Anti-imperialism, ending both the submission to and complicity in global imperialism. National liberation, overcoming the historical settler colonial nature of the Australian state through the formation of a new revolutionary patriotic tradition. Internationalism, support of the international proletarian movement, opposing racial and religious chauvinism, solidarity with global anti-imperialism. Class struggle, recognition that the class struggle is the driving force of history and standing on the side of the masses against capital. This is a crucial thing. It's a class, vanguardism, the creation of a mass party, the establishment of a party state that operates not on bourgeois parliamentary democracy, but consultative democracy, the mass line, and democratic centralism. Which is more democratic than this? This is a constant democracy. This is like China's whole process people's democracy, where there isn't just electoral democracy on the low levels to people's congresses, but there's also constant consultation with the people, which is the Chinese government does listen to the people. It's not some secret oppression thing. The government does genuinely listen to the people. Re-industrialization, accelerating technological progress, the building up of industry and infrastructure, and harmonious and sustainable control over the forces of nature. I am anti-AI, which is something that I do not have in common with them. No, we're discussing it. Our mission, the Eureka Initiative, serves two goals. Our first and immediate goal is to develop and spread class consciousness and a revolutionary political approach among the Australian people through the tools of propaganda, media, and volunteer work. Obviously, propaganda just means means of persuasion. Our secondary goal is working towards the establishment of socialism in Australia through securing national independence and the formation of a true mass party of the Australian people. The Australian Labor Party was the historical party of the Australian working class. However, it was founded on an incomplete and undeveloped social democratic line that led it down the path of racial chauvinism in its early days and neoliberal capitulation in more recent times. This social democratic foundation must be discarded and replaced with a developed Marxist-Leninist line adapted to the conditions of Australia. We aim towards the establishment and consolidation of a communist party that will serve as the vehicle for the interests and will of the Australian working classes. The Communist Party must be independent, maintain a militant class consciousness, and embed itself in the fabric of Australian society on as many levels as possible. We will work with other organisations and parties who share this goal. On the path towards the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working class, we support an Australian new democracy that ends our submission to global imperialism and does away with our status as a semi-colonial / sub-imperial power. We wish for an alliance of all forces that support this goal, from the working class to progressive elements of the petty bourgeoisie who also have an interest in independence. To promote this, we will work to promote a left-wing patriotic line within the ALP, the Greens, and pro-independence elements of the rural right wing of Australian politics. This is closer to my position. And this is what I believe is ultimately going to be necessary. I think as good as a lot of the lobby policies are, I don't believe that it is ultimately going to be sufficient in the end. I think it is a step in the right direction. I don't think it is enough. But all for those watching, and look, I've considered it myself giving money to the lobby. It's better than nothing. It is and look, it's better than it's better than the other alternatives, as we've just seen them fucking trots. Them fucking trots. They're pushing it. They're pushing it. So we got all that. Well, look, I mean, that's really yeah. There is not much else really to talk about, but look to all of you politicians and to you comprador capitalists, which I don't think, to be clear, I don't think Challen is a comprador. I think he is probably part of like analogous to what Mao might have called the national bourgeoisie, basically like a section of the bourgeoisie that's like smaller and has like an interest in anti-imperialism versus like it sort of stands against the compradors, which is the compradors would be your typical like the Reinhardts, Clive Palmers, like the banks, the rich cunts, like the ones at the top. Like that would be like the compradors, the ones who are complicit in our subjugation. Whereas Scott Challen and folks like him would be probably more in that kind of standing in opposition to that to a certain degree. If his line can be sort of developed into a concrete Marxist Leninist line, which I'm hoping, but good luck. It's better than nothing. It's better than the alternatives. As for Bob Catter, I'm not sure about him. Pauline Hanson, fuck off. Fucking traitor. Bob Catter, I mean, I'm thinking, he's all right. I'd leave him be. Pauline Hanson, I won't leave be. Pauline Hanson, I'll be fucking relentless. One Nation, fucking relentless. Fucking traitors. Is what they are. Fucking traitors. Same with Labour, same with the Liberals, same with the Coalition, same with the Greens as far as I'm concerned. Let me just figure there's something for these fucking politicians. Your Judgment Day is coming. There will be a day in the not so distant future, hopefully, when people have had enough. When the working masses refuse to put up with your sellout shit any longer, and you end up being escorted out of that Parliament House in handcuffs to answer for your crimes. Both your complicity in global imperialism and the extermination of countless innocent people in Gaza and in other places. You will also be held to your crime of treason against the Australian people, against the working people of this country, whom you have betrayed time and time and time again, who you have oppressed consistently. This does not just apply to the politicians. This applies to the Reinhardts. The crimes, all of it, will be brought to light. All of it will be prosecuted. All of it you will face judgment. Judgment Day is coming. You want to look at the logical conclusion of modern political eschatology. It is It is Judgment Day. A day of judgment in the form of a revolution to overthrow all of you, to send you tumbling down when you will be beneath us. Let me make that clear enough now. There will be justice. There will be judgment. There will be no escape. One day, there will be judgment and there will be justice. You politicians, you compradors, you have been warned. Now, that is going to be enough of a rant out of me tonight. I've been on this, for fucking, is that over 4 hours now? Yeah, over 4 hours. Not bad, huh? Well, that'll be it for tonight. To any liberals watching, read or come and listen as I read it. Oh, what crimes did they commit? Treason. For selling out. Every single politician in this country who's taken money from Zionist organizations and lobbies or has sold out to Zionist organizations or lobbies or has sold out to Israel should be treated as someone who has committed treason against the people. That, but also any crimes like social murder. Good old classical Marxist terminology. Social murder. Avoidable deaths. Deaths caused by complicity in America's imperialist wars. Any number of things. But yeah, any liberals watching, I will be continuing to read this one tomorrow night. The first episode is on my YouTube channel in the stream, in the playlist section. My handle on YouTube is exactly the same as on here. It is uniform across all my socials for that reason. Go and take a look and listen. If you think that this, I think this, it's not treason unless it's specifically listed as treason by law. How does Australia currently define treason? Currently, we don't actually have a law for treason. We did until fairly recently, actually. Social murder. This is just retarded. Fucking look it up. Look up social murder. Avoidable deaths caused by this. Actually, hold on. I'll fucking read this out right now. Social murder. Read out the definition. Social murder is a concept used to describe an unnatural death that is believed to occur due to social, political, or economic oppression instead of direct violence. Originally coined in 1845 by German philosopher Friedrich Engels, it has since been used by left-wing politicians, journalists, and activists to describe deaths attributed to larger social forces. Here we go. The term social murder was first introduced by Friedrich Engels in his 1845 work, The Condition of the Working Class in England, with regard to the English city of Manchester in the Victorian era. Engels used the term after describing how societal conditions such as poverty, poor housing, and dangerous working conditions have resulted in avoidable excess mortality among the working class. Engels argued these conditions were the result of inherent exploitation and pursuit of profit under the capitalist system. In his opinion, at fault was the class which at present holds social and political control, i.e., the bourgeoisie, who placed hundreds of proletarians in a position where they inevitably met an early and unnatural death. According to Engels, this type of death was in a different category to murder and manslaughter committed by individuals against one another, as social murder explicitly was committed by the political and social elite against the poorest in society. Here's a quote from him. When one individual inflicts bodily injury upon another such that death results, we call the deed manslaughter. When the assailant knew in advance that the injury would be fatal, we call his deed murder. But when society places hundreds of proletarians in such a position that they inevitably meet a too early and an unnatural death, knows that these thousands of victims must perish, and yet permits these conditions to remain, its deed is murder just as surely as the deed of the single individual. Disguised, malicious murder. Murder against which none can defend himself, which does not seem what it is, because no man sees the murderer, because the death of the victim seems a natural one, since the offence is more one of omission than of commission. But murder, it remains. That is the concept. So, yeah. Now what? If societies can retroactively charge for crimes that don't exist as crimes by jurisdictional law, then you are advocating for barbarism. No. You're just advocating for a new legal system that is a people's legal system, not a bourgeois legal system. A proletarian legal system that charges these cunts for their exploitation. And, their wars and their exterminations and, like currently what Israel's doing is legal according to Israeli law. Do you think that war criminals should not do you think that like in a single Palestinian state, do you think that, Zionist war criminals should not be charged because the retroactive crimes? Because that's bullshit. It's fucking ridiculous. War crimes shouldn't be a thing. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. We can have this fucking discussion another time. But does Australia recognize social murders legally? No. No capitalist society recognizes a social murder as a crime because that would mean that fucking like the entire ruling class is getting fucking done. If bourgeois law recognized the concept of social murder, we'd all be fucking done for it. Like the entire bourgeoisie would be fucking done for it just about if they fucking recognize that. Like the amount of politicians that would get done for like fucking social murder over shitty policy. Like literally fucking every politician in the parliament right now would be fucking guilty of social murder. if that was recognized by the current system. Almost every single politician would be guilty of social murder. It's fucking crazy. And not to mention not to mention, I mean, fuck the families like oligarchic families like the Reinhardts would 100% be done for. Like, I think they would be done for like fucking genuine, like basically actual murder. Like I've heard about crimes the Reinhardts committed against Aboriginals. Fuck. Kind of poisoning the water shit. Fucked up shit. But yeah, like, but yeah, no. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here for tonight. I'm fucking tired. I want to smoke. I want to shower, and I want to go to bed. Um, but yeah. So, um, so yeah, we will. I will be back on tomorrow night for the normal stream again. Liberals or anyone who is a Zionist sympathizer. Perhaps know your history if you are misinformed. If you are ideologically Zionist, then you can fuck off. I don't know why you've been watching. So I doubt you'd be here by now. Misinformed liberals. Tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. Listen in.